Oh, we just lost British. Kaya, do you have a picture? Can you put up a picture of your avatar? And I think, oh boy. Alrighty.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Hey,
Hey, what are you doing? Or how's it
oh,
going?
it's going great. So we are live right now. I
Okay.
can start because my sister came through with her kids and we were just sitting around talking. So and I'm sitting up here like I have to start my show. I have to start my show, and they just left. Oh, so um, pardon if there's any background noise, everyone. But let's see. Let me take this banner down and let me put what we're going to be discussing. So today, hold on, Kaya.
I'm sorry, I'm driving too, so it's like, okay.
There you go. Wait, you're driving, Kaya?
Yes, I'm going to the store.
Okay. All right. Well, welcome everyone to the Matchmaker with Letisha Underwood. Today is Ask the Matchmaker, your dating and relationship questions answered. And when it comes to our live stream with our guest panelists, we have a specific topic that we usually like to discuss. And today we're going to discuss beyond the fairy tale, real life strategies for dating high value men. I will have some high value men joining the channel, and they will give you some tips on what it takes to be able to date them, what they like, what they don't like. Also, I need to stream this on Clubhouse to get people in here. So yeah, you also can write your questions in the comment section. We do answer them, or you can join the live stream. Especially ladies. Ladies are definitely welcome. We definitely would like to hear from you. The men would love to be able to talk to you and chat you up. All right, let's go ahead and bring British back. Hello, British.
Good evening, good afternoon, good morning, depending on where you are at.
Yeah, it is evening. As I was telling Kaya, I got started late because my sister came over with their children to visit my mother and myself, and then got to talking. So it would have been too noisy to start the show, and now they just all left. So here we are, and today, Ask the Matchmaker. Your dating relationship questions answered, but we will discuss beyond the fairy tale, real life strategies for dating high value men. Because I think a lot of times women have this idea of what it's like to date such men. They have this ideal, but is that ideal based in reality? What say you, British? Are
No.
women operating in fantasy?
Yep.
Why do you say that?
Um, I think generally speaking, most people appreciate results in life, but they don't appreciate how the results were achieved, and that's where I think most people are at.
Hmm, that's interesting. Um, are you saying that they don't understand the results of what it takes for very affluent, successful men to reach to get to where they are to bring about the results in their lives that they do?
Yeah, pretty much.
And so, because of that, they don't understand what it actually entails to date such men.
Yep.
Okay. You know what? When I have conversations with women, I'm starting to see what men are saying that women have no clue about economics. Um, I don't think we do understand how much labor goes into um, a high achieving man. Like what all goes into a high achieving man achieving his goals. Yeah, I don't think women think about it like that. We just look at, oh, you guys have a great lifestyle and I want that for myself, and so I want to attach myself to you so that I can get that lifestyle.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, that's the experience that I've had, especially in that other room that you did regarding the success triad,
That's that's what you're calling it.
the success traits.
I think if you put it like that, um, I think more women would be okay with it because the traits that it takes for a man to get, there's like two sides. There are going to be a lot of these traits that men use to reach their goals.
But
But
that's a problem, though. The fact that they're okay with it if we call it success traits versus dark triad is the problem.
I agree. I agree. I think we should have went live on
Should
that
have went
conversation.
live.
Yeah, we should have went YouTube live on the we should have went YouTube live on the dark triad traits. Oh, hold
I
on.
don't think so.
You don't think so? Why?
I will never talk about that ever again.
Wait, why is that?
Because they don't want to know.
Hmm. Mm. But why do you think they don't want to know?
Ask Kaya. She doesn't want to know. Just wants the result.
Kaya, is that true? You don't want to. You don't want to know about the dark personality traits necessary that is needed for these men to achieve their goals at the highest level. Oh, we get to see you, British. I was gonna go on camera, but um, I changed my mind. Oh, I want to say Happy Father's Day to any of the men who are fathers who are listening. More than likely, majority of them probably aren't, but Happy Father's Day if you are. We know British is not, but one
What do
day
you mean? I identify as a father.
you what you identify. Okay.
Why is this so unfair? I identify as a father. I think you should wish me happy Father's Day too.
Wait,
Unless you want to be known as the all non-inclusive matchmaker.
I will be the old non-inclusive matchmaker then, because I don't go by that. Oh, I identify as such and such, so you have to recognize me. No.
That's extremely disappointing, Letitia.
Why is that?
Hey, Letisha, I'm here. I'm sorry. About to go in this grocery store, but yeah. What can you ask the question again? I heard you say my name, but
Kai, do you think women want to be lied to about high achieving, highly successful, affluent men?
um, okay, I'm gonna say this. I do think women want to be lied to about the realness of high achieving men because they have this fantasy of what they are, and it's I think it's more of the the benefits other than it is the marriage and the relationship aspect that's going to come with it and the work that you have to put in as a wife to those men. So I do think women would rather hear the lies than the truth, but you giving yourself a disservice if you want to hear the lies other than the truth. I'd rather hear the truth. I like to hear people. I like the real. You know, I like to know what's going on so I can act accordingly. Um, but yeah, that's my little spill on it.
I'm starting to think so too. Um, that women need to be lied to in order to feel comfortable with the man because as when we were having that conversation, um, British had to, do his little dark triad stuff to get the women to see that, you know, um, these men aren't bad people, and the traits that they like in men, these men have, but they're going to have them at a much higher level than most other men, and that's why they've gotten to the positions that they've gotten. Um, but I also think that I don't think women can handle the truth. I just don't. I don't think finding out that your man is basically a manipulating narcissistic psychopath, right? That sounds scary based on what we know manipulation to be and look like, narcissism to look like, and psychopathy to look like, right? It's a scary, scary monster. But yeah, these men are going to be scary because guess what? They're not going to kowtow to your feelings, right? They're not going to allow you to dictate to them, like the one young lady where she said, "Oh, talking about the first date is a collaborative effort." No, it's not. The reality is they really don't care about your input and your what you want in that moment. It's like, I got this. I know what I'm doing. Because I think in British, I could be wrong about this, right? When a woman starts telling you, oh, we should do this, we should do that, it's like she's telling you that you don't know what you're doing and she needs to direct you and guide you.
Yeah, it's telling you that she doesn't trust you.
Yeah, and I think women need to understand that every time you question a man that you say that you want to be in a relationship with, every time you're questioning his decisions or you're trying to give your input, you are telling this man that you don't trust his judgment, you don't trust his decision making, and you don't think that he knows what he's doing or knows what he's talking about. And that's one of the realities that women need to face. I know women are going to say, no, no, that's not true. We should just have a partnership and we should just build, and why can't I have a voice? And then I would say, but why do you want a voice? I love the British got me to start asking women why on everything. Why do you feel you need to have a voice? If you chose this man and he's going to provide and protect as his wife and his children, his family, is going to do what he needs to do to make sure the family is solvent and taken care of. Why do you need to question his decision making? Why do you need to question what he wants for the family? Because you have essentially put him in charge. Well, no, you didn't put him in charge, but you're saying that you want a leader. You're saying you want a leader. You want a man who's a provider and protector. So why do you have to have so much say and input? It's because they don't trust the man. And so I think a lot of women are growing up with this mindset that they have to say something. If they don't say anything, if they don't have an input, if they're just going along with it, that, oh, he's going to control you, he's going to abusing you. But then I'm like, why would you choose to be in a relationship where you think that man is going to end up controlling and abusing you? Sure, he's got to have some control. He's got to have control of the relationship because he's responsible for it, right? He can't let you out here just doing God knows what, because everything that you do will possibly have an effect on an entire family and the entire marriage. So I think women need to get real with themselves about these men and accept how they are. Is it going to be easy? Absolutely not, because y'all are some very difficult men. Sorry, that's just the truth of the matter. But as a woman, if you put your ego aside, you will see that it's actually probably the safest relationship you will find yourself in. Managing yourself, because the manipulation will come out, the narcissism will come out, and it's annoying. The psychopathy will manifest, lack of empathy, because there's going to be conversations where your feelings are not going to be understood, and that's because he can't empathize with them. And that's not a mark on him, but that's just his makeup. He can't empathize with what you're feeling because he's not feeling that. He can't put himself in your shoes. So then you have to understand, okay, why do I need him to show me empathy based on how I'm feeling in this moment? Now, if something egregious happens, like a family member dies, you lose a family member or something, right? You lose a job. there can be empathy there, but empathy need them showcasing empathy based on you feeling some type of way about something, you feeling something. Like let's say you get into it with a coworker and she says something you didn't like, and now you're feeling like, she's wow, I feel like she's throwing shade and this and that. A man who is high on psychopathy is not going to be able to understand why that upsets you, why an argument with some people upsets you, or why someone saying something to you upsets you, or having an emotional response to something that has nothing to do with you. Why does that upset you? You'll not get that. But do you really need that? Like, why do you need that? With the narcissism, it'll come out because they need validation a lot. You will have to validate and acknowledge a narcissist all the time. And if you try to make it seem as if they don't know what they're doing and don't know what they're talking about, yeah, that's when the problems will come along. But if you know that you have an intelligent man, he's good at decision making, judgment, and especially high value, man, you already know it. Like, listen, I've gotten to where I've gotten to, and I don't need you to tell me where I need to go or what I need to do. So, ladies, yeah, you're gonna have to just put your ego aside. Just put your ego aside. I get it, because we're taught that we're supposed to exist in this relationship exactly how the man exists. But for high value men, highly successful men, that's not the case. He has brought you into his life, but he's brought you into his life for a specific purpose, and it has nothing to do with telling him what he needs to do and where he needs to go. Now, access to your brain, you being intelligent, brainstorming just in conversations, that's something he can appreciate. But feeling like you are a partner in this and you guys are going to be equal, no. And the reason why he will never see you as equal is because he's bringing the most to the relationship as far as resources. He's done the most work to get to where he is, and he's bringing that to you. Did you say something, British?
Nope.
Oh, okay. He's bringing that to you. So for you to come in and feel as if you have a right, you are entitled to be seen as an equal to him, that's not going to happen with someone one who is high on a narcissistic trait. It's not going to happen. Know your place, because if you try to step out of that, he will try to put you in that place. He will put you in your place, and then you don't like it because now you're feeling like you're being abused, because now he has to put you back into your place. And if women can be honest with themselves, if you are not the millionaire, the multimillionaire, you're not doing all the work, do you really deserve a place next to him as far as the leader in the relationship, the leader in the marriage? No, you don't. So, but all right, beyond the fairy tale, real life strategies for dating high value men. Real life strategies. Strategy number one is, he dropped off again. Now I gotta bring him back. Okay, you there? Oh wait, hold on. Give me a second.
What'd you say?
I have to start this in Clubhouse. Okay.
Oh, okay, okay, okay.
Yeah. Let me
Do
turn off.
you closing this? You turning this one off?
No, no, no. I'm keeping this on, but I'm trying to bring people over from Clubhouse to
Oh,
here.
okay.
So I'm streaming it. I'm simulcasting, I guess is what you call
Okay, girl. Do you?
it. Yeah. Let me see. Share. Copy link. Y'all give me a second. We're gonna get this show started once everybody really gets in here. For those of you who are just coming in on Clubhouse, we are at it again. We're actually over on YouTube. Click the link above and you can join us on YouTube. Turning hand raising off because no one needs to come to the stage. because this room is just for listening purposes only. But if you want to come to the club, to the live stream, if you want to join the panel, then feel free to uh, come over to club. I mean, come over to YouTube. Kaya, why you go over to Clubhouse too? You can already hear me.
I
You're already
don't know. You
stream.
right.
You're on live stream. I was gonna go on camera today, but my mic is not here, and then I realized I had my mic delivered to my home in Florida.
And girl, I'm doing, I'm doing my hair. Today is wash day,
Mm,
so you can go ahead. No, you
watch
got.
for me later.
So I'm wash day today, so I wasn't getting on camera.
Yeah. So we're going to discuss some real life strategies for dating high value men. Strategy number one is being authentic to yourself, first and foremost. I know anyone who has watched my live streams, who have watched any videos I've made, that is something that I hit hard on. And dealing with these men, especially with their dark personality traits, you need to make sure that you are authentic and genuine. You are operating in authenticity, and you're being genuine, and you're being true to yourself, because if you're not, you will find yourself um not in the greatest situation. Let's see. So again, for those who are listening on Clubhouse, click the link up top, join the stream on YouTube. Give me a second. I'm trying to multitask. I don't know how people are able to use their hands or doing something else, and then they're able to talk, because I can't do it. I get distracted. I cannot concentrate that way. That is fascinating to me that someone is able to do that. You're able to talk and use your hands doing something completely different, and being able to focus on something else, visually focus on something else, and then you're talking at the same time about something else. That's fascinating to me.
I think you should pin the StreamYard link so people can come and actually join the convo.
I did. It's in the comment section on YouTube. I have to post the actual link to to YouTube up top, and then when they get in here, they can click on the StreamYard link in the comment section. Let me see if I can pin it. Are you listening to music, British?
Yep.
I'm trying to figure out how to make moderators, because trying to mod and talk at the same time is annoying. Wait, did we? Yes. Okay. So we lost Kaya. She must be still. Alrighty. Okay. So let's talk about some strategies, some real life strategies. British, you like a self confident woman or no?
Yeah. Of course,
Okay.
we're talking like a self-confident woman.
Build your own, because there's people out, especially after that last conversation about the dark personality traits. I think they think that rich men um, just want doormats. And so, no, one of the real life strategies is build your own self confidence. Focus on developing your self worth, embracing your unique qualities, and nurturing your own interests and goals. Um, yeah, well rounded women who have a life, who have something going for themselves. You're going to need the confidence, ladies, to deal with these men. I'm just going to be honest with you. You're going to need it, because if you don't, if he's high in Machiavellianism, and narcissism, he's going to take you for a ride. So build up your self confidence. Be genuine to yourself. What about a successful woman, British?
Of
Someone who
course.
has her own success. She's doing her own thing. You see yourself marrying a woman who is making her own money or has her own career, her own job.
Absolutely. Why not?
Alrighty. Let's see. An intelligent woman,
Of course.
grace and poise, elegance,
Of
class.
course.
We're saying, of course. Supportive and understanding.
Essential.
Okay. So, what do you say to all of these other strategies where they tell women to focus on superficial things like how to manipulate men?
Superficial things like what?
Superficial things that are more focused on how to manipulate men by hiding who you truly are.
Great skills.
Those are
Please learn them.
wait, those are great skills to
Yep.
learn. Why do you say that?
Because we can sniff them out. So the more they try and learn them, the better it is for us. Please do that.
But even without learning them, you guys will be able to sniff them out.
No, please try very hard to manipulate men.
Why? What's going to happen when a woman manipulates a high value man? Or
No, please try very hard to learn how to manipulate men. We will. It makes everything a lot more obvious for us.
right, but what will happen when she does that?
She'll have a great life. Might be with someone else, but she'll have a great life.
How do you know she'll have a great life?
I don't give a shit. I don't care.
It's just not going to be with you.
Exactly.
Alrighty. Okay, so I'm waiting for the other gentlemen to join the panel. We're gonna have a few
Who
more.
else is coming on board?
So Ted should be here. Lawrence should be here. Demetrion should be here.
Nice. I learned a lot from those gentlemen, so it's good.
Mhm. We can hear your music in the background.
Do you want me to turn it down? Is it too loud?
I don't know who it is. I can hear it, but I can't really make out who's
It's,
singing.
it's, it's Mariah Carey, "Emancipation of Mimi."
Oh, okay. I can't even make that out. I can hear it, but I can't make it out who's singing what she's singing.
Where are now?
I can hear her voice. Yeah, I can't make out the song. Oh, this is 2 days in a row you've been listening to Mariah.
I'm in love.
I see.
I'm in love. When you're in love, you listen to Mariah Carey. You listen to Luther Vandross.
Hey, you're in love? Love with who?
I'm in love.
Oh boy.
Really?
Let's
You in
split.
love? I love that for you.
Girl, he's been listening to Mariah Carey for 2 days now.
Oh, that's so sweet.
Come on, who doesn't listen to Mariah Carey?
A lot of people don't listen to Mariah Carey. Well, a lot of men. Women do, but a lot of men don't. I think they like looking at her. Uh, but straight heterosexual men, if they're not in love, but British, you were very, very low on the psychopathy.
I don't know what you're talking about, Letisha.
Okay, yeah, you did say you don't want to talk about it anymore. Never mind. Um,
All of my traits are extremely favorable for success. There is absolutely no negative traits as far as my psychological profile goes. And I think that every man who is successful is an absolute sweetheart.
okay, now that's a little bit. That's a reach. That's a bit of a reach.
It's not a reach at all. What are you talking about? We have money. Why do you think people gave us their money?
Right. But sweethearts, you said you are sweethearts. No, that's not true at all.
We're
You guys,
sweethearts.
you guys can be very nice.
No, we take care of you. We take care of our women. We take care of our children. We're sweethearts. What are you talking about?
Until we piss you all off.
We don't ever get pissed off.
Okay,
You
let me
think you think a man can make money by getting pissed off? What are
know.
you talking about? He has to be nice to everyone at all times.
But he's not though. They're not. Y'all aren't though.
What do you mean?
There are times where you're going to put someone in their place because the audacity of them.
I
Um,
would I would never I would never raise my tone and raise my voice to anyone.
you don't have to. It's the language that you start to use to put someone in their place that lets them know that they're out of place.
I don't know the last time I swore, Letitia. Like I don't know what you're talking about as far as language goes.
Oh, I know the last time you swore.
We don't do that.
Okay. I can't with you British. I can't. Oh my gosh. Alrighty.
We don't do that. We're sweethearts. I don't understand. We make money.
Listen, my man is not even a sweetheart. I don't care. I don't care what anyone says. Y'all can be nice, y'all can be generous and giving. But when someone is trying to, and the traits will come out at different times depending on what's going on, and which one is your dominant trait. Uh,
Dominant? What are you talking about? All we do is we wake up in the morning and we think about how we can serve everyone else. And then we ask our wives permission for getting the day started. And then we ask our wives permission at every step of the day. I don't understand what you're talking about.
I can't British. I can't with you. So then let me ask you, what does that day look like? Your wife asking your wife, how does that conversation usually go?
It starts like this. Hey, sweetheart, my honey bun forever milkshake. Um, is it okay with you if I go to work and make this money in the kindest possible, sweetest way that I can think of today?
Kaya, you buying this?
Nope. I'm over here laughing.
But I do want to know if women, ladies,
That's what gets them that charm.
yes, because I'm like, I wonder if the ladies would actually want that. Do you want your man trying to have your husband having these conversations with you where it's like he's asking your permission or asking your thoughts before he does anything? Like, yeah, he's trying to make sure that you are going to allow him to do something. Yeah, I wonder how many women want that. And I wonder if they'll be honest about it. What about you, Kaya?
What do they want that, or would they be honest about?
No, do you want your husband, your
Oh
future
no, no,
husband, to
no,
come to you and say, hey, I'm going to do X, Y, and Z, and I want to know if you're okay with me doing it?
no. I mean, no. I feel like if it's a man, then I should he should be in the if I marry you, I married you because I trust you. I married you because whatever you tell me, it was always right. It was always the right thing to do, even if I was a little scared at first. But it was always right. It was always smart. It was always calculated. It was always done properly. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not. I don't want no man coming to me asking me for should he do anything because no. I mean, no. I would want you to come to me and ask me like, well, not even ask me, just tell me like, hey, I'm doing this and this and third. But no, I wouldn't want you to ask me like, that's your job. You're the man. You know? I don't know.
Alrighty. Again, for those of you who are in Clubhouse, I am only streaming this into this room. I'm actually hosting this show on YouTube Live. If you want to join the discussion, if you want to join the panel, click the link above my head. Come and watch the show with us, and then you can go to YouTube in the comments section and click the link to join the live if you have any questions or if you want to join the conversation. I would love to have those of you who are on Clubhouse to come over to YouTube and join the conversation with us. So, but um, I think so because, like, even getting back to the title, right? Real life strategies for dating high value men. The things that I want to actually tell women, I know that they'll struggle with because it doesn't sound good. Like telling women that, listen, when these men first start approaching you and pursuing you, they don't really care about what you have going on. The best thing you can do is to focus on him. Focus on what he likes, what he enjoys. Focus on asking him questions, focusing on him, trying to get him to focus on you. Sure, he might do it, but he's pretending for the most part, because he knows that's what you expect of him. Or he may not. But telling women that these men are expecting you to focus on them, that's hard. But that's the easiest way. So when one approaches you, um, you don't try to, center yourself in the conversation. You don't even try to, when you're having a conversation, let him ask you all the questions that you need to know, right? Let him ask you all the questions that he needs to know. And you answer them. You answer them sufficiently, succinctly, and you better answer them because not answering the questions is going to highly annoy him. Would that be fair to say, British? Okay, he's not there. But yes, not answering any questions that they ask will highly annoy them. Um, so when they're approaching you, put the focus on them. And I'm talking about rich men. I'm talking about rich, wealthy men. I am not talking about men who don't have a pot to pee in nor a window to throw it out of. I'm talking about men who have established themselves, because how they see themselves is how, or how they know who they know they are, right? Is how they want you to treat them. That's how they want you to see them. That's how they want you, what they want you to show them is that you understand that this man is high achieving, he's superior to most other men, and he does not want you to treat him like you treat all other men. If you go into trust me when I tell you, when you go into with the mindset of you're just a man, you're just like any other man, or you try to engage him like a lesser caliber man, you will struggle. You will have a hard time. Um, so going in with the mindset of it is their world. Now, it's nothing without a man or a girl in it, as the late great James Brown said. But you do have to understand it's their world. So have your mindset wrapped around it. This is their world. The tables have turned. Yes, women are the prize, but moving in an entitled, princess, bratish way is not going to get you to snag a high value man. Now, you may snag a high earning, low value man, or you may snag a high earning beta male, but you are not snagging a high value man. A high value man is a man who is going to be very ambitious. He's going to be focused. He's going to be disciplined. He's going to be successful. Um, and he is operating fully in his masculinity. And I know people are going to come up with the exceptions of, oh, this man talks like this man. Listen, I've dealt with a lot of them to know that when they are holding back, it's for the sake of women. But if they could truly showcase who they are, and it comes out from time to time, especially when they have to deal with a disagreeable, cantankerous woman, it comes out in all of them. You will not find one that, while they're agreeable in their relationships, they're agreeable with their wives, you will not find them being led by the nose. So, because I know there's a lot of information out there how women could just do this or they could do that, and you can get the man eating out of your hand. We were all told that a man can be putty in your hands if you do this and if you do that. To an extent, that's true, especially if you're operating in softness and femininity. Um, you can soften the beast that tends to come out. Like you can manage the dynamic better through your femininity and your softness. Because if you try to stand up to him and operate like you're a man, he's going to treat you like that. So one of the first strategy is know who you're dealing with, understand who you're dealing with, and understand the focus is going to be on them. Have a mindset that this is their world. Yes, you have a place in it and you have value, but it's still their world. Secondly, you have to understand that um, being feminine and being soft is the easiest way to appeal to such men. They don't want women who operate like them. They don't want women who engage like them. They don't want women who try to resolve conflicts like them. They don't want women who are aggressive like them. They don't want women who are assertive like them. Um, they want a woman who can soften that beast. That when he is done conquering the world, that when he comes to her, he's going to get all smiles and softness and validation and acknowledgement for all the hard work that he puts in. That's really all he cares about. That's all they care about, really. They don't care about how successful you are, although they do like successful women. But the fact that you think that that's what makes you valuable to them, they do not care. Um, they do like intelligent women, but the you trying to use that as a way to compete with him intellectually or verbally, he does not care. um, how you show up as a woman is what he cares about, and that softness, that caring, that nurturing, that kindness, all smiles. That's all he wants to see. That's all he wants to deal with. That's not to say that he's going to stifle your voice. You just need to make sure that when you approach such men that you are speaking reasonably, and what you have to say is not just jibber jabber. You're not being a flibberty gibbet. You actually have something to say. So, also, real life dating strategies is to understand that yes, they do want you to look good. They do. If you see a high value rich man and he's with a woman and you're like, "Ooh, see he's with her," he probably got with her long before he um got to any the point of success, right? Want someone who understands that health is important, even if he himself is not always looking the healthiest, but he will want his children to be healthy because he understands that.
Oh Lord,
What kind?
nothing. Go ahead.
Well, he wants his children to be healthy because the children would carry on the legacy. So they need to have a long life, even if he's not really taking care of himself. But even still, he wants a woman who understands the overall importance of health management when it comes to the family, right? So these are real life strategies. So I'm not going to sit here and give you tips on how to game them and how to talk to them, because you should already have the conversation skills in place. You should already have social skills in place. But what a lot of women do not have is the mindset that is necessary in order to date such men, in order to date them for the purpose of a long term relationship that can lead to marriage. Your mindset, a lot of women fail to realize their mindset is what causes a break from, or prevents you from even getting from point A to point B with such men, or you're not able to get with them at all because your mindset, you can't accept reality. And that's why I put real life strategies. You can't accept the reality when it comes to dating such men. A lot of these high achieving, highly successful men that have a lot of these traits that you guys like, the success, the ambition, the drive, the focus, the discipline, the aggression to go after whatever they want and conquer all of their goals. A lot of those men do have dark trait personality. They do have dark traits. On the opposite side of that, they have a lot of dark traits. I started this conversation on the Clubhouse app the other day, and it was a very hard conversation for the women to accept. But these men have dark traits. Does that mean that they're going to use these dark traits to abuse you? No, but they will utilize these traits in order to achieve success in any area of their lives. And if they want a successful relationship, they know how what that entails, and so they will engage in certain things to bring about a successful relationship for them. They know what they want. And then women also have to accept these men know what it is that they want, and they don't want anything less than that. You are not going to be able to negotiate with them because they don't feel as if you have any power to negotiate. They're the successful ones. They're the highly successful ones. They're the highly affluent ones. And you are going to gain your status and your wealth through him. So to him, you have to understand your place in relation to him. That's the reality. I know it sounds like, whoa, Letitia, what the heck? Like you're telling us that hey, Ted, welcome to the stream. Wow, Letitia, you're telling us that we need to be doormats for these men and we have to be less than who we are. And no, I'm not saying that at all. Because they don't want doormats. They want women who are intelligent. They want women who knows who she is. They just none of that really cares when it comes to how much value he's adding, right? It's going to be useful in certain areas, but trying to say, well, this is what causes what this is what brings value to you. This is what makes me valuable to you. No, they'll determine what makes you valuable to them. So the conversation today is about getting real, ladies, getting real with yourself about what it takes to date a high value man, a highly successful, high achieving man. So, welcome to the show. We're just now getting started. We've been streaming for a while now, but we're just now getting started. For those of you who are on Clubhouse, make sure you click the link above my head to join us on YouTube. If you would like to join the stream, there is the pinned link to join the actual panel in the comment section. So scroll up to the top and you'll see it says streamyard.com. Click on that and you'll be able to join the panel. If you have any dating questions, relationship questions, this is your time to ask them because that's what I'm here for on this stream on this day, coming to you every Sunday at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. You get to ask your dating and relationship questions while we discuss all things high value men. That's what this channel is about. And for the women, the how to's on how to attract, date, and marry such men. So if you have any questions, now is the time. So what I was speaking on before you came in, Ted, is the mindset. Like women need to adapt a mindset about the realities of what such men desire, what they want, and how you all function and operate, right? Accept the reality for what it is and just learn to manage themselves within that reality instead of trying to focus on surrealness and operating in this fairy tale of what you think the relationship should be like or what you think the relationship is going to be like, because women will only set themselves up to not have a relationship. You're not definitely not going to get to marriage because you're not going to be able to handle it.
I've been listening for a while. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I was even listening when you were talking about multitasking, and you said you don't understand how people can talk and do one thing with one hand and do other things, focus on other things. Actually, men do that all the time. When they're making love, that's exactly what they're doing.
Wait, they're doing what? Hold on.
They're multitasking.
Wait, so you're thinking about
They're talking, their hand is doing something, and they're making sure they hit that spot. They're doing all that at one time.
And they're thinking about all of this, what's going on.
Your brain is like, it just says, okay, hand do this, other hand do that, talk, mouth do this, and find that spot and hit it. And that's all.
I've 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 never thought of that because I don't think I have that much going on in that moment, other than I'm enjoying it. That's it. But we have our first question. Hey Letitia, I'm dating a SpaceX senior, electrical engineer, intelligent, 6'3", chivalrous, generous. We get along well, but I'm not attracted to him physically, only mentally. How do I overcome this?
Why is she even with him?
That's the question that I would ask. Why are you with him first? Ask yourself, why are you with him first? Like, can you put in the chat, why are you, what is your purpose for being with him? So while we wait for her to,
So, so yes, the fantasy, and I heard things that British was saying. Women don't want to. Uh, you said women don't understand economics. They don't. Women don't understand business as well as they think. So when you tell women that men have built every civilization, and when women try to say, "Well, we help too," like women, you all can go somewhere else, and men will have accomplished all the same things without you being here. Send a man to the moon, build skyscrapers, bridges, all of that. And women say, well, so what? Because women don't understand that it really starts when you build a civilization, it starts with one guy who has this idea. And then he has to go build a team and then simultaneously go find some people with money to finance it so he can pay these people. And then those that team has to now go find some people who has specific expertise and goes, it doesn't, the people who you see putting bricks up and doing the road work, they're at the bottom. But the guy who came up with the idea and the people who are financing it, they're building that also. You may never see them. That's a lot of collaboration between a lot of different people, and even trust. I mean, to give this guy X amount of dollars to build this bridge or build this building, because he's got to pay for materials, he's got to pay salaries. There's a lot, and then there are breakdowns. Things go wrong. He's got to be able to address, account for that. And women have no, because women have never done it, to my knowledge, in the history of humankind, have never built a civilization. They really don't appreciate it. So men have to build these civilizations, and then they have to protect them. So so while that guy with the vision comes in, he also has to build structures, institutions where he can teach people to continue to build. Because he has to build it, protect it, and maintain it. He has to build healthcare institutions so he can make sure the health of his workers, educational institutions. There are all kinds of things that have to be built to support building a civilization and then being able to maintain it. And then if you have a military to protect it, well, you have to build weapons. There's so much that goes into building a civilization, and women just look at it as, so what? What do you want? An award or an applause? So, but those are the men who actually build them at the top. Those are the men you're talking about, and what it takes to do that, the kind of commitment, the kind of what you would call a focus, the effort. Women don't always have an appreciation. And you can look at Kevin Costner, is his wife is asking for a divorce after what, 25 years? And she said he works too much. So there are lots of women who say they want these valuable, or you call high value men, these high caliber men. And then when they get them, they complain, I feel like a single mother, but they enjoy the lifestyle. And when they get a divorce, they still want to take with them the lifestyle. If you really don't want the man, then walk and go create the lifestyle yourself. So, ladies don't appreciate what it takes to be a man with the kind of ambition especially to produce extraordinary. And if you look at the athletic world, maybe it's a little easier for women to understand. To make it to be a professional athlete, you don't just like the sport and say, I have a passion for it. Because when Usain Bolt was training, this guy was vomiting during practice. That's not passion. That's not, oh, I just do it because I love it. That's a commitment. And that's what I think a lot of women don't understand. And I question whether women truly understand commitment, especially the way men do. I mean, men are putting their lives on the line. They put their butts, their reputation on the line. And then what it takes to back up what they're saying takes a lot of integrity. And there are a lot of women who just show up because I'm pretty and I should be able to share in what you've accomplished because I look good.
Well, that's true because that's what basically what they're told, right? Like, I don't think we're really, really, truly raised to understand um what men, how much I know we aren't. Like, I hear conversations between women and how they minimize the importance of men within society, right? Especially black women, unfortunately. Even within my own family, I was listening to a conversation the other day and I was explaining how, some children in our family are extremely successful because there's a man in the home providing structure to that household, whereas the mothers who weren't married or didn't have the father in the household, their children are very, very mediocre. um, well, the women went into minimizing and saying no, the men had no, that's not, the men didn't do that, the women did that, right? The women, I was like, nope, because if that was the case, then all of these women who are having children and raising these children on their own, they would all have the same outcomes, but they're not. If you look at the ones where the father is in the home, regardless of whether you like that man, you don't think he's the greatest father, whatever, but something is showing you that the difference between those households is having that man, right? So having women minimize, truly minimize how important men are to society, and it causes young girls to grow up thinking that they're the most important person in the relationship. And I know that is probably very hard for women to hear, that the woman believes she is the most important person in the relationship. um but yet you're so dependent on this man bringing so much more than you. Does that make sense to you, Ted, what I'm saying?
Sure. So I think it's time for society to find out if women are really equal. And they claim they can do anything a man can do, but better. Let's get 10,000, 100,000 women and drop them off on an island that has nothing and let them build a civilization. If they die, then they just die.
Okay.
And that, see, that's how women will find out the value of a man. Because right now, you all have no way of grasping what actually happened in the world. It's like a child doesn't really understand how much toilet paper and food costs. They just know it's there and they feel entitled to it, which, they are, but they don't really grasp what it takes to run a household and the bills that it pays and the effort that it takes and the organization, play dates and taking them to activities and all the background stuff, making sure they're well educated.
We have a response to the original question. So I'll read the original question again and then I'll read her follow up response to us. So she says, hey, Letisha, I'm dating a SpaceX senior electrical engineer, intelligent, 6'3", chivalrous, generous. We get along well, but I'm not attracted to him physically, only mentally. How do I overcome this? We then asked her why is she with him. So she says, my mom was an electrician and my dad is in engineering, so I actually wanted to attract an engineer. He is a little overweight, doesn't dress up, not well shaven. I used to date athletes, attractive men. She said, I'm super attracted to his intelligence and we can talk and hang out for hours. So she's intellectually stimulated by him, but she's not physically
No,
stimulate,
no,
right?
I don't think she understands the question. So I think she should tell us why, what part of the question is it you do not understand because you did not answer it.
So yes, we asked, why are you with him?
Like,
Not
why are
easy,
you, why are
should be.
you even, hold it, why are you even having a conversation as to whether or not you're attracted? Like, lots of people talk and enjoy conversation with one another. Like, to actually engage Letitia, my assumption is you're a woman who's interested in marriage and you are available for an intimate relationship. And somehow I don't understand how what that guy has to do with an intimate relationship with you. And if he does, then I don't understand why you're with him, or even I don't understand. Are you already sexually intimate with him? Like I'm confused because you didn't answer the question. And that can be a problem with men who see high value men are not a problem. They are the easiest men to deal with because they know what they want. And once you play games and don't know how to engage in a straightforward way, you will have problems. When you're asked a question, answer it. Don't play ring around the rosy and go somewhere off on some tangent. Answer the question.
Oh, I told y'all they want their questions answered. They don't care about anything else, but you answering that question. I, as a woman, I understand what she's asking. The thing is that yes, she wants marriage and she's dated athletes and attractive men. She's dated select men. And as I tell the ladies, select men are not likely to really marry, especially if they're under 40. Um, so she's tired of that type of man. And she knows she's not going to get marriage through those type of men. So she's trying something different. So she's going with the intellectual man. He stimulates her intellectually, so she's like, that's probably what the initial attraction was. But now that they're probably progressing, she's not. She's if he's she probably has an understanding that at some point he's going to want to have sex, and she can't imagine it. She can't picture it.
See, she's saying she asked you. She doesn't understand that if she doesn't answer questions, no one can help her. So I'm a consultant to CEOs of corporations. And the way I'm able to help them is that I ask questions and then I can understand what's actually happening. So if you don't answer questions, that's being deceitful or incompetent. I'm not saying you're either one. People just don't communicate very well and they think they are. This is an example of not being effective with your communication. So you met him on a dating app. It doesn't tell me why you are with this guy, why you're even considering him in a conversation that where a relationship leads to marriage. Why are you with this guy?
So yes, why are you? But I think to her she answered it. Um,
Not answering.
So what about him are you considering for marriage? Why do you want to get married? Two, why are you considering him for marriage?
No,
So
no, no. She said she answered it. No, why are you with this guy? Why are you with someone and you're saying you're not attracted to him? If you just like talking to him, that's a great friend. I'm sure there are plenty of people who met on dating apps and became friends and never became intimate and didn't marry. So what? There are lots of I've met people I'm attracted to their intelligence and I never considered them for an intimate relationship ever. I wouldn't even be asking this question because they don't qualify.
okay, so if you're attracted to his intelligence, then that should be enough, right? That should be enough to progress the relationship.
Why?
But you but since that is not enough, there's something else that you want that you're not telling, right? That's the question. What do you want? Why are you with someone whom you're not physically attracted? What is the goal here with that guy?
Right.
That's what. Yeah.
Yeah, like why bother? You can have great conversations. Guys get put in the friend zone all the time. And if he's overweight, he's probably accustomed to that.
So he's overweight. He doesn't dress well. He doesn't dress up. Now, I'm going to tell you.
That's
This is the reality of dating such men. He's his appearance doesn't really matter to him as far as his value when it comes to his brain, the use of his brain. So she asked me how to overcome it. So I'm just going to answer the question from that. You overcome it by accepting him who he is.
she can't.
Right, I understand that, but I'm just going to answer the question based on how she asked. You have to accept he is who he is. So if you want a relationship with him, you want marriage, you have to accept him as he is, not this ideal version of what you want him to be. Because I get it, women in their 40s, you're getting to the point where you want to be married. If you don't have kids already, you want to have kids. And so you're tired of the same old results that you were getting. So now you want to try something different. You want to go with the man that everyone says this is the man that's going to marry you, but you're not physically attracted to him. You're not sexually turned on by him. You're only mentally stimulated by him. The only way to get past that is you have to accept him as he is. Throw away your ideals, throw away your fantasies, get rid of the conversations you're having with yourself about your previous lovers, previous relationships, about how fine, how sexy they are. If marriage is the goal, if marriage is what you want, you have to ask yourself, why do you want it? And that was the question that Ted's getting to. Why do you want marriage? Why are you with this guy? What goal do you want with this guy? What is the goal here? Do you want marriage? Because if you don't want marriage, then walk away. Just friend zone him and keep it going. But if you want marriage, then the only way that you're going to get there is if you accept the reality. And the reality is that he's not physically attractive to you. But that's okay because he offers so much value in other ways. If you can't get past that, then just keep dealing with the men that you've been dealing with. You're going to get the same results more than likely. But that's you have path A and path B. Path A is the same path, the same type of men you've been dealing with, same results. Path B is this is a new type of man. I have to deal with him differently, and it's going to yield the results that I want.
Well, maybe there's something else to look at. So if these guys, we don't know what kind of men she's dated in the past, there's a good chance she didn't qualify for those men. So otherwise, she wouldn't be spending time with a guy she doesn't find attractive. The only thing this guy, he works for SpaceX, he's a senior electrical engineer, means he makes a pretty good living, a decent six-figure salary. So what he can offer is a lifestyle. And that would be the only reason she would be with him, because she can't get past the idea that she's not physically attracted to him. And and she probably values sex and doesn't want to be in a sexless relationship with a guy she's not attracted to. But she doesn't qualify for the kind of man she wants.
Mm, okay.
Well, look, I think women are, this is not a nice thing to say. Women are petty when they talk about, I don't like the way he dresses. Um, that's such a shallow and superficial. Like, at what point do you realize the value is in the man, not in the clothes he wears? And like you were saying, Letisha, a lot of these engineers, computer techs, mathematicians, these guys who work for hedge funds, and they're math nerds, computer nerds, physicists, and they create these algorithms. They make a really, really good living. Uh, and they're extremely intelligent, very high on IQ. They probably don't dress the best. They don't need to. It's not what they're rewarded for. And this is what British was saying earlier, what it takes for a man to be successful. Some guys, Jamie Dimon is the CEO of uh, uh, Chase Bank, J.P. Morgan Chase, and his attire is suit and tie. That's the way he goes in. With some of these guys who are creating algorithms on a back office, you never see them. They may come in on a skateboard with a t-shirt. That's how they dress. Actually, there's a real story about that. Some high tech company created some algorithm that could help find people uh, who were candidates for embezzling money from J.P. Morgan. It was a brilliant software package, but they had to put some people on site, and these people they put on site are brilliant people who know algorithms and math and numbers, and they literally came to work at JP Morgan on a skateboard, jeans and t-shirt, and Jamie Dimon said, we have a dress code here, so you at least have to wear a shirt and tie. But most women may not like the way they dress, but you better believe they're well paid and they're extremely intelligent men.
And that's the point that I'm like, if he is intelligent and successful and he can give you the lifestyle you desire, why does how he dresses matter? Like, I get it because she said he wears sweatpants to the upscale restaurants. Um, Men who make money and highly intelligent, they really don't care how others view them as long as they have a strong sense of self-worth, high esteem, and they understand the value that they offer to society. They're not really going to care. They're going to do what they want to do. And I think that's another reality that women have to accept. You have to let go of this fairy tale, this Prince Charming of this. They're all going to be well dressed and well groomed. As long as he's taking showers, he's bathing, he's brushing his teeth, he doesn't smell like a dumpster, then you have to ask yourself, why is how he dressed matter so much to you? Why is that so important? Is it important to you because you want people to acknowledge his status? You want the validation from others based on your man, and the only way that you can get it is based on how he looks? Or do you really truly want to get married and you understand, listen, not everybody's going to like the way my man look, not everybody's going to like everything about him, but this is the man that I want. He's going to marry me, he's going to take care of me and give me children and take care of our children. That's all that matters. But I think that's how you get past it, Nicole, is that you have to accept that. You have to ask yourself, why does that those things matter? Do they matter to you because of what other people are going to say? Once you can tackle that, once you can have that conversation with yourself, that's I think that's how you're going to able to start being able to move past it, move forward, if you desire to really be in a relationship with him.
And then there's another side to that. If he finds her valuable and she doesn't try to dictate what he wears and shame him or put him down and validate the way he dresses, she can make suggestions, especially if they're going to an event or going to whether it's a nice restaurant, a social affair, and she can go with him and help him pick out clothes. I think I dress well. I mean, I've always had jobs that were suit and tie, but I would never pick out my ties. The woman I was dating, I always let her go pick out ties because it looked like it was 10,000 ties on a wall on a rack, and I would go pick out the suit and ask her to go pick out a tie that matches the suit. So lots of men will be okay with you having input on certain things if they
I
find you valuable.
I agree, and the way that you can do that is stroke their ego about something that you see them wearing and you really like it, and tell them how much you like it and they look good and sexy and all that. So, oh, I really like that. Or you can buy them something and say, like a tie, and say, I think this color would look great on you. I think it brings out your eyes or whatever. But I agree. It does matter depending on how he values you. If he sees you as someone that can be significant in his life, he will take that with and he will accept that. But if it's not, he's going to reject it. He's going to think you're just trying to put him down. Um, but I do think that me personally, I'm just like to the point where I'm like, ladies, these men are gonna be. I swear I sound like just pearly things. Like this is driving me nuts. Ladies, he's gonna be who he is. He's already shown you the value he offers you. Do you value the clothes or do you value the man that who's going to be a provider and a protector and marry you? What do you value the most? If you value the clothes, then you need to go get with a man who loves to dress, who loves to look good all the time, puts a high priority on looking good, and not and doesn't put a high priority into anything else beyond himself. Then go ahead and get with that man. Hopefully, you might maybe, but if it hasn't at this time, it's not likely to happen.
Exactly.
So, like Ted said, men show you, the market shows you who you qualify for. And I think that's another reality that women don't understand. The market shows you who you qualify for. And if you can't qualify for the men you really want, it's not getting to marriage. Those men just aren't telling you that they don't see you as a wife. Move past them. This is why I'm like select men, highly attractive men, men with orbiting women around them, lots of sex appeal. You're not likely going to get that man to be ready for marriage until he's well over 40, like darn near in his 50s. That's when he's going to be looking at ready to settle down and possibly get married. But the marriage minded men who want marriage, the successful marriage minded men, they're going to come in so many different packages. And because they're utilizing their brain and their value is in their brain, they're not going to care how they look. Now, it's your job to help them in that regard. Because I know Melinda Gates helped Bill Gates a lot. Uh, what's her name? Jeff's ex-wife, Jeff Bezos' ex-wife, helped him a lot. Like women come in and help. We set the tone for culture, so we help a man with style, right? Um, Hold on. She said, "I still dressed up for him, and oh, okay. So you dress up for him, and you're affectionate towards him, sure, but you can't you're not turned on by him because you're so focused on how he's dressing and he's not meeting that need for you. So you have to ask yourself why is that important? Why is how he dresses important? All these other conversations you're trying to have does not matter. The only conversation you need to have, Nicole, is to ask yourself, why does it matter that he does not dress the way that I would like him to dress or how I would like a man to dress?
I would wonder if people actually understand what makes relationships work. However, since we're addressing this guy from a surface level, Nicole, how tall are you? That should be easy to type in. Maybe she doesn't know her height. Okay, that's interesting. All right.
So you want to know her height? Would you want to know her weight? So maybe we just ask all the questions because I think there's a lag. And when the questions come in. So is there anything else that you want to know? That way she can just type it all at once.
Height and weight.
Height and weight. Okay. Why do men want to know this? I know why, but tell the women why does height and weight matter so much to men, high value men, especially successful women?
5'7", 145. That's a little on the chunky side.
Oh, jeez. Wait,
I
five.
would expect her to be 5'7", 115. That's too lean. 145. It's a little
Wait,
up there. I
wait,
understand. She's 40. I understand.
wait. So you're saying 5'7" at 145 is a little on the chunky side?
I dated a woman who was 6'2", 163, and she was not where it counted, boobs and butt. She was well filled, well endowed. Um, but 163 at 6'2".
She says she's a size 8. Okay.
Yeah, that's heavy.
Yeah,
That's a big girl.
yeah, that explains it.
So she's got a guy who's a match for her. So um, 34D, that's okay. That's decent. D cups, we like D cups. Uh, but yeah, I mean, she's this is one of the problems women have. The men who are in their lane, they're not attracted to, and that's why they go to be 40 and 50 years old and never married. Um, and here's why: because she's a match for this guy. Yeah, size 8 is big. That's big. There's no way around it. Size 8 is a big. That's a big size. See what has been accepted by the lower class of black society is heavy. They call it thick, but that's chunky. It's overweight. It's chubby. And as a woman, that's what you have to attract a man. 5'7", you can be a size 6, but size 8, it's too much.
and I think a lot of, and so that's the reality, you guys. Like I said, this is going to be the reality. I myself had to face that. Like, I'm 5'3". So even at 140 pounds, 135 pounds, I can look chunky. Especially considering that I'm very voluptuous. I'm very buxom. Um, but I think women have to accept, even though a man is not telling you that you're too big, because they're not, but their actions will tell you exactly how they see you. So they'll date you, they'll try to give it a chance, but at some point, it's like, okay, it's not progressing. He's not treating me like I want to be treated. Men treat you how they value you. I wonder if women realize that they men treat you how they value you, and if there is very little to no value, they're not going to treat you very well. There's not going to be a lot of care. There's not going to be a lot of consideration there. And so women have to accept this. Trying to put it on him and say, "Oh, he's just not a good man. He's just not a good guy. He's just awful." No, he just he doesn't like you like that. It's not computing for him. You might be a nice woman. You might have a nice personality, but to him, you don't offer a lot of value. And they'll try because that's what they're told to do, that's what they're taught to do, especially black men. They're told and they're taught that you need to give certain women a chance, right? If you don't, then you must hate your mother, you must hate your sister, you must hate all the black women around you. So they are believing that they have to give it a shot, but they don't want to. They really don't want to. And how they're showing you that they don't want to is that the relationship doesn't progress. They're not giving you what you need and what you want. So, ladies, you have to take it upon yourself to recognize that, to understand what value you hold on the mating marketplace, what value you hold to men. And weight is uncomfortable, but it is a huge factor when it comes to dating highly successful men.
No
Even
question.
if even if that man is giving you a shot, your weight still can be a problem. You
So,
need to have those conversations. It's uncomfortable, it's difficult, but you need to have those conversations to understand, what does he truly want? What does he truly need? And then you have a conversation with yourself to see if you can actually give him that, see if you can meet his needs. Because sometimes you probably can't. You don't have the desire to, you don't want to, you think you shouldn't have to, but then that's where the conflict in a relationship comes in. You're not going to be compatible, you're not going to be able to progress. Even if he's hanging around still, it's not going to progress beyond a certain point.
so women need to understand that men don't just look at them for today. So some women can be like full figure, 5'7", 145. That's full. But a high value man is looking at tomorrow. What will your body be like after a baby? What will your body be like in 10 years? Because I'm not marrying you just, I'm not going to treat you like a car lease where I'm going to trade you in every 2 years. So this is the thing women have to understand. And I want to be quiet because British, just, am I saying the right, am I being accurate or am I being just silly?
Listen, as far as I'm concerned, after that last conversation, the truth is not worth discussing. So, from my perspective, I think women, whoever you are, however you are, the wealthiest guy is absolutely going to love you and treat you exactly how you want to be treated, and he's going to ask your permission to breathe, and that's it. That's the end of it. I think we can quit this. Like, I think that they just, like, yeah.
Oh, wait, you forgot to add the part where they learn to manipulate you so that they can just fleece you for all your money, and you just say, oh, okay, okay,
In fact, the richest man won't just say okay. On the day you get married, he'll hand over his assets to you.
and take his name off of everything and just turn him over.
Absolutely. The very day you get married to him, that's what he's going to do. That's the man you deserve.
And they're waiting for you. All you have to do is walk up to them, and that you'll have it.
Just
Just be
go
a whole.
grab him. In fact, yes, walk up to the guy that looks the richest to you, and just tell him you're going on a date, and bend him over and spank him while you're at it as too.
I can't with you two. Oh my goodness. But listen, I'm starting to think, I'm starting to see when men say women like being lied to. I get it when you guys say that because the lie is easier to swallow than the truth. Because when men tell the truth, women
That's
get so much
that's
pushback.
that's not the point. The point is that there is. So if we consider it like, what percent there's, let's say there's the top 10% of men. Out of the top 10% of men, let's say 50% are single and eligible to take. So you've now got, in the best case scenario, top 5%. Now let's assume that we'll knock a percent off for being gay, right? The lucky ones, because they don't have to deal with this BS. So now you've got 4%, right? Now you got 4% of men that are actually viable. And then you look at it and you go, I want a man under the age of 40. So now you got to knock that down to 2% of men, because most men accumulate success after 40. And I'm being gracious with these numbers. So all of you women are looking for 2% of men. You ain't going to get them. So just quit. Just go find a guy, do a 50-50 arrangement, get an average to mid range and above guy, do a 50-50 deal, and that's it. It's over, because there's enough women that just get it. There are. I don't care what all of these red pill dudes say. I don't care about what all of these conversations about there's no good women out there. There's enough good women for 2% of men. That's it. Like, that's the truth. There are enough good women for 2% of men, and it in fact is a conversation that men should be having around the mindset that you need as that 2% man to actually get the woman of your dreams. That's
Exactly.
the important conversation. I don't really care what the women want to know. I don't care what the women think, because for the 2% of men and the percentage of them that have their mindset right, there is a lineup of women, and there's more than enough women in the world for them.
No question. And those women who are prepared for those men are not necessarily the beauty queens. They're not dogs, but they can be very average looking, except they know how to engage those men. They've been
Yep.
raised to do that. So all,
Yep.
all these women who claim to be a princess and they were never educated, uh, to have any inkling as to what it takes to be successful, they're just going to squander. And if you're really good looking, the guy may lay you down, but don't be disappointed when it's your time is up.
Yeah, let's talk about that for a second. Like, so you're over 35. You're got a man's attitude, you are on the lower end of the attractiveness scale, you want to set the terms of everything that you want, and you want the man to work in a partnership with you, and you're looking for the top 2% of men, you need to pick a struggle. You can't have five struggles. You need to pick a struggle. So at that point, who cares? There's an, and also let me add on one more. There are women who have been raised since birth
Yep.
to be valuable
Yep.
for the top 2% of men that we're looking for under the age of 40.
Yep.
So it's all good. Just yeah, yes, all the dark triad traits, they're awful. They're awful. Awful traits. You should stay away from men with those traits. And in fact, you should absolutely learn how to manipulate men, because the more you learn how to manipulate men, the men that get it, the top 2% that I actually care about, they'll be able to sniff it out of you within 2 seconds. So yeah, I think you should absolutely go ahead and learn all that stuff.
Learn it to me now.
Welcome to the stage, the panel. Angelina. Angelina, do you have a picture that you can use as your avatar?
Or a video, Angelina.
Are you there?
Um,
Okay. She said, give her a moment.
Letisha, you need to rename the dark triad traits to the success triad traits.
Really? But it's not me. I didn't coin the term. I didn't name it.
It's not dark,
But
really.
that's what they call it. That
Of
Machiavellianism.
course, they call it that because psychology has been overrun by feminists, and they want to make men feel bad for the basic nature of traits that men are supposed to have. So, yes, of course, they've reframed it to be called dark triad. But if that thing was called a success triad and we went through that exact same list, every person would go, yeah, that makes sense.
You sent me that list. Did you send me the list? No, I don't
Which
think.
list?
I think the AI list that you could read off the group.
Um, but when you named all the positive uh traits.
Yeah, he found them on from an AI. That's what it was. He used AI to,
Yeah, I use the chat GPT to do that
yeah.
Right.
because I didn't want to give the impression that I had dreamt them up. So I utilized an AI to give us the fairest assessment. After which, I got text messages about scientific studies about that, and I proceeded to silence those messages and put her in archive.
Okay, Angelina, you are there. Did you have a question or did you want to add to the discussion?
let's see. Oh, is my mic open this whole time? I'm so sorry.
Yes, we heard
Yes.
everything, Angelina. We know everything you were doing during that period. And by the way,
Oh,
we don't approve.
oh,
We
okay.
won't say
Well,
anything though.
no, I'm really enjoying the conversation. I was in the room on Clubhouse the other night when we were talking about dark triad traits, and I do think there's a lot of misconception about how people operate, and ignorance is really the killer of success. So I'm really here to listen and learn, and as it comes up, I'll add to the discussion if I can. Thank you.
Okay, so gentlemen, so there's basically a comment, a question on Clubhouse. Someone said it's same old rhetoric, and then I asked, but is it a lie? And then the response is, the issue is more that it's the same conversation on a loop for the last half decade. What more can can be offered in this discussion is the question. Is there any new perspective or is the topic entirely exhausted?
No, actually, that's a good point because what it says is that women are not listening. And until women actually listen, that's when the conversation can change. So that's unfortunate that you can actually lay out what men are really thinking and what they really want in a relationship, and women just do something else. And what's the doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result is insanity. So when will women stop the insanity? Do we want to talk? Should we talk about that instead?
I
That's
think she's absolutely right. I think she's absolutely right. This conversation is way overcooked because there are only the 2% of men that are actually available. So, therefore, this conversation is completely overcooked. What these women need to know is they need seminars and education on how to survive single life into their 35 plus. That's the actual appropriate seminar that needs to happen.
Oh, that's okay. So, Megan, welcome to the panel. Can you add a picture to your avatar, please?
Uh,
I
c- can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
So yeah, this is literally my first time. Even I'm still figuring out what this is. Like, I just clicked the link that was sent to me and just followed the prompt. So this is my first time. Um, I can add a picture, but I may not know how until a bit. So just give me a second.
Okay, that's fine. And I think so. I think that's a great point. As far as women not listening, and the question shows that women aren't listening. They're just and they're tired of the conversation. But I don't think the conversation can switch or change or end until women actually acknowledge and accept that what men are saying is the reality. Like that's the reality. Men want what they want. And the higher value he has on the mating market, he's going to stand firm on that. And if he can't get it, then he's not likely to be in a relationship with a woman. And now it's getting to the point that usually the men with the highest value set the highest standards and they didn't move. Now you're getting men with lesser value on the mating market starting to set high values because they know what they want as far as a relationship and they're not getting it. So they're the mindset that they're adapting is that listen, I can't take any more of what women are giving us. Like I can't take it anymore. Like, do you know how bad that has to be for a man to say, listen, I can't take it anymore? And the conversation is continuing because it's like women aren't listening. So when women start to listen, acknowledge and accept that this is the reality, like it is what it is. I know Ted doesn't like when I say that. But accept the reality, then you'll more than likely and move in that. You'll stop hearing these conversations. The conversation then can move forward to how do we make a successful marriage? But you can't talk about a successful marriage when you can't even get to the point of getting into a relationship that can lead to marriage.
So if a person, man or woman, has been fired uh, eh, from I want to say 7 jobs in 18 months, either fired or they alienate you so badly that you leave, and and every time you leave, you hear the same conversation about your lack of professionalism, your inability to resolve conflict with colleagues, your inability to follow instructions, and you just say blah blah blah. I'm tired of hearing the same conversation, giving me some new perspective. Yet everyone's telling you the same thing. At some point, the mirror is the only place for you to go. And you can go to job number 8 and say you're tired of hearing it, except as you were saying earlier, if you have the same mindset, you're going to encounter the same exact problem you had in the past 7 jobs. So if and this may be hard for people to wrap their head around, but when you get into a relationship, especially goes to marriage, someone's hiring you. The man is hiring the woman, and the woman is hiring a man to provide some value, some service in your life. You know, you might think British was just being um, sarcastic or facetious when he was saying wealthy men wake up and service the world, but they really do. That if you're not serving the world, how can you ever expect to be served in kind? So when you go into a relationship, you really are hiring someone to
I wouldn't
provide a service for
want
you. And if you're
Jason
not doing the job
ever.
well,
I don't care.
you'll be
Like how
fired.
crazy people.
You'll be fired, and you'll go to the next one. And they call it monkey branching. What you're not qualified to remain at the one. I mean, if people could, and I appreciate you putting my book at the bottom there, Letisha. Thank you. I actually talk and I talk about that in my book, how people are better prepared to be professional, to have professional etiquette in the workforce than they are to have uh, professional etiquette in a relationship. So if if you were a professional boyfriend or girlfriend or professional husband or wife, you would treat your significant other like they were your most important client. And what do you do with your most important client? You take time, you listen to them, you understand where they're going in the future and how you can add new services to them. And I don't know if people do that. People sort of have entitlement expectations, or uh, they're just there because they're afraid to be alone. So yeah, that's just my response to someone saying they're tired of hearing the same conversations. That then the mirror may be the place to go.
Oh, I know Kaya had a question about culture. She dropped off. Hmm, okay. She'll be back. All right, Megan, are you there now? Or you just okay? So the ladies are just joining the panel because British, I guess you're sending them links to come and have the conversation.
Yeah, I'm actually doing the marketing part.
Thank you. I appreciate it. See, that's why you're so good at what you do. Because what would I do without you, right? Um, I, but here's the thing, ladies, you have questions, right? Now is the time to really get into the conversation because you have men here who are actually going to be honest with you. I don't know if you guys think that they're not being honest, they're not being truthful. Um, but I can tell you that this is I hear this a lot when it comes to my clients, men around me, I'm associated with. I hear it a lot. They tell me the truth and they tell me the truth because I'm open to hearing the truth. And even if I don't like it, I'm still open to hearing it because that's the only way you're going to learn. That's the only way you're going to grow. That's the only way you're going to progress. And if you want marriage, now is the time to have a conversation because these men can help you. I'm a woman. I'm having conversations with how to attract, date, and marry, but it's nothing like getting it straight from the horse's mouth and them telling you in no uncertain terms that this is what such men as us, this is what we desire, this is what we need. And I get it, British, you're burnt out, not burnt out, you're over it. You're like, they're not listening, they don't like it, they want to be pandered to, just leave them to the panda bears. But I still think we can have a conversation here. Y'all like that term, huh? Panda bears.
If you leave it to them, yeah, the women will get part of what they want, and then they'll be dissatisfied. So and resentful towards the man.
Welcome to the stage, Sal. I'm going to ask that you put up a picture for your avatar. So anybody who wants to join the panel, please make sure you either come on live camera or you have a picture of yourself as your avatar. It just helps to know who we're talking to. It just helps to get a sense of who we're looking at and talking to, right? So you having a picture up helps with that.
Megan, do you mind if I ask you a question?
Sure.
Are you married?
No, I'm not married.
Do you want to be?
I I I think it would be nice.
So that sounds like no. How old are you?
I'm 28.
Okay. So if you were to get married, how old would you be when you married?
I guess it would depend on the man.
No, I'm asking you if you, because you're the one who has it. Do you want to have children?
I think children would be nice.
But do you want to have children?
I'm not sure.
Okay. So you're not sure about a lot of things. Okay. Um, but you understand that if you wanted to have children at 50, that could be really complicated.
Yeah, I think if I were around 50, I probably would say goodbye to the idea.
Okay. So at what age would you start saying goodbye to the idea of children?
Well, Kourtney Kardashian just announced her pregnancy at 44.
But I'm asking you though. Janet
uh,
Jackson had a child at 50, and I don't. Janet, she was
Can
physically fit and all that stuff, but
can
that's rare.
but can I say something real quick? Now, Megan, you know as well as I know how difficult it was for Courtney to get pregnant. Like that
yeah,
was
I
a
was
very,
saying
that
that.
was yeah, that was a very long hard, like her announcing that brought tears to my eyes because I'm like, oh my gosh, she finally did it. But I know her journeys. Watching her go through her journey by watching that show was very, very sad and very, 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 very painful. So I just
And
wanted to
Letitia,
Letitia,
there's
Letitia, what are you talking about? There's going to be a man for Megan when she's finally ready at 45 who's going to have an extra couple hundred grand lying around for IVF treatments to get this done. What are you talking about?
Letitia, I just want to say there's a picture that Courtney posted, and she's like holding her stomach, and she has this big, beautiful ring on her finger. And I thought that was so beautiful. Like for her to have a pregnancy after marriage, because, you typically don't see that. So I just thought that was so beautiful when it's done that way. Like, she secured the marriage and she's got the baby. It just was such a beautiful thing to see.
it was, but the point is that if you want children at some point, like Courtney already has children, her husband already has children. So they got to the point of though they wanted to have children with each other, they got to the point where it's like, okay, if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. But can you imagine never have had children and you want them and you're Courtney's age, you're 42 is when she started that journey. You're 42 and now you're finding that you are struggling to get pregnant by a man you love so much, right? You want to have children. So the point is that if you want marriage, you have children. Don't look at a woman who is in her 40s and her 50s who have gotten pregnant and say, well, I can wait that long because it happened for them. Courtney had a very long journey to where she almost gave up hope. Like she basically did, and then it ended up happening.
Yeah, I think for me it would probably be around my late 30s where I wouldn't even care to have kids anymore after that point.
All right. Where'd you go to school, college, Courtney? I mean, Megan.
Auburn and Montgomery.
Okay. What did you major in?
I majored in finance, graduated.
Okay. And what do you do?
Well, right now I'm kind of figuring out what I want to do.
You're
I
trying to
don't want to
figure out
work in
a lot of
finance.
things, aren't you? Wow.
Yeah.
So let me ask you, why did you ever date in college?
Yes, I was in a long-term relationship in college.
Okay, why didn't you marry that guy? Or I'm assuming it was a guy in today's day, right? You don't assume, but it
Yeah, it
was
was a guy.
It might be a trans, Ted. It might be a trans.
a guy. So why didn't you marry him?
We
And
were not.
country boy, what's going on? Just acknowledge him. Thanks for joining. But sorry, go ahead, Megan.
Oh yeah, I him and I weren't compatible. I met him when I was 19 because my parents were very strict,
Okay,
and I didn't date in high school, so I didn't have my first relationship until I was 19. I
Okay.
was determined to make that work, and I wasted way too much time. But yeah, I didn't have any real reference for relationships because it was my first one. I
Well,
didn't know what was healthy, what wasn't, you know?
well, did you
So
grow up with both biological parents at home,
I did.
and you didn't get your father involved with that?
Like, involved with what?
The the choice of a mate. Like if you were going to make that relationship work, you didn't lean on your father for advice or his input from meeting the guy.
I mean, he liked him. I mean, he wasn't a bad guy. My dad liked him, and my partner wasn't a bad guy. He just we weren't compatible.
Well, that's also your father could be very instrumental in. So I think women, as a general rule, would it would be wise to get your father more involved to see if the guy is compatible. But I don't want to focus on that. I just wanted to understand. So, did you date him with the intent to marry?
Yes. That's why I wasted so much time with him because I thought he's going to be the first and the last, and
Okay,
I'm going to make this work.
very good. And how long did you date him?
From 19 to 24. Way too long.
So, so for 5 years approximately, and now you've been single for 4 years.
I've dated, like, I've had relationships after him, but that was too long. That was the one that wasted the most of my time.
Okay. And how tall are you?
I'm 5'3".
And how much do you weigh?
So I float between like 118 to 123, somewhere, depending on, the week or.
Right. So I put you size 4, size 2, size 4.
Yeah, I'm like, yeah, anywhere from 1 to 5 in dresses and stuff like and pants and
All
stuff.
right. All right. And do you meet the kinds of men that interest you?
I'm sorry, you kind of went out at the end there.
Okay. Do you meet men that you like? Do men you like approach you? The kind of men you want, do they approach you?
Generally.
Okay. All right. All right. I can see that. And none of them were uh, of the caliber for you to see as a husband.
Mm-mm.
So does that mean that you're checking out and you just don't care anymore? Like you've become indifferent about it all?
That's the perfect word. And I didn't want to say that because I respect Letitia and I know she doesn't like to have these conversations with people who don't, really want it. But yeah, that's true. I've become a little bit indifferent.
So you've become so disappointed that this, and let me just say it my way, your dream of being married just dissolved, and now you just, even though you want it, you don't care about something you really want.
Yeah, that's a nice way of putting it. Yeah.
Okay. So, Letitia, you're talking about fairy tales. So, what was so incompatible about this guy in college that you met at 19 you that you ended it to the point you are indifferent?
So to be completely honest, I'm not sure. Are you Ted?
I am Ted.
Okay.
I'm
Yeah.
born. Oh, well, you can see British also. Yeah.
Yeah, Ted. So to be completely honest, even though that relationship didn't work, I am appreciative of it because it was a very big learning experience for me.
Right.
The reason why it didn't work, and I say it was because we were incompatible, I had to be in that relationship to even know what would be compatible for me. And this is something that my parents wouldn't have been able to help me with. It took me understanding like certain nuances of our energy to know, okay, I don't like this. I don't respond well to this on an intimate level. So that's kind of what happened in that relationship. I didn't really even fully know myself.
So, were you in Letitia's? So, what did he major in? And is he successful now? Is he doing well in his career?
Yeah, he is actually. He was into technology. He's a big nerd. I love nerds.
Good, good. So, I'm wondering, did he come from a two-parent household also?
He did.
Okay.
Yeah, my mistake was never the Pookie Ray Ray, so irresponsible.
Good.
Like, that's not the case. It's just, I didn't know myself and we
No,
just weren't compatible.
I didn't get the impression you were out there making poor choices like that. What I am wondering, were you in Letisha's room last week when they were talking about the dark triad men?
Yes, that's where I recognize you from.
Okay, all right, okay. So what I'm wondering, and I don't know if you're listening also British for this, if and I really don't like this notion of categorizing it as dark triad. But I'm just wondering if he had those kinds of traits and those are the things that you thought were incompatible with you.
Oh no, Ted. What I realized is that he wasn't masculine.
Oh, so tell me why you say that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I was not even aware of, because see, it's so complicated. These are the types of conversations I have with my girlfriends, but like, it would be small things. And I would talk to my sister, and she would give me certain perspectives. And it wasn't until I started this job and I met this guy, and I was so attracted, and we got along in a different way. Like, me and my ex got along, but we got along like best friends. And that's what I'm saying. I didn't have that prior relationship experience to really discern the difference. But it wasn't until I started this new job, my first professional job, that I was so attracted to this guy, and I felt like we were compatible but in such a different way. And I realized that the differences was this commonality or attraction is much more erotic, and then the attraction between my boyfriend was much more platonic.
So your boyfriend was a stable, steady guy who was a nerd.
No, he was feminine. He like Ted, trust me. I know I appreciate responsible men, but I'm saying our look, when him and I would have a disagreement, there with this guy, it's crazy. It's like attraction is like that polarity between men and women is very important because it really helps to um get over a lot of different things or help understand each other in a way that it's just a very unique dynamic. And I didn't realize this is what is missing in my relationship with my boyfriend. He is too much like me. We're too much alike. There is not enough polarity between us.
What
Okay.
made you
So
think he was feminine?
yeah, so I'm gonna step in here because I'm not getting a clear picture on because I don't know you, Megan. So I don't really know your personality. So I don't know what you mean by he's too much like you. So can you give us some examples of what made him too much like you?
Yeah, so and see, this is what I'm trying to say, Letitia. This was hard to recognize until I had later experiences. So, for example, now that I look for more masculine men, I notice that, let's say I'm in an emotional state or I'm kind of in a neurotic mood, with a masculine man, I am calm, like they stabilize me. But with my ex, it's like he was just as neurotic and like emotional as me. So it's like I really didn't have the space to be the emotional one because he was also highly emotional. Whereas with the masculine man, if I'm emotional, he balances me out or he grounds me. And I didn't, and that's what I'm saying. I didn't even notice these differences until I met the other guy.
Okay, can you when you say you're in an emotional state, you're neurotic, can you give us an example of one conversation where this occurred where the emotions were heightened between the two of you?
So I don't know. There were a lot of different small incidences. But yeah, like I would just be communicating my emotions, and it's like it was a battle of who's more emotional. I mean, I don't know. It's just.
Wait, so if you tell him you don't like something that he says, he'll then respond with, "Well, I don't like what you said." Ha ha ha. There, like if you start,
Yeah.
he starts crying.
Yeah, like if I cry, then he has to like it's like yeah, something like that, Letitia. And it's like with
Letitia, what she's saying makes complete sense
How so British?
because she's describing the type of guy that's been raised to appease his woman and realize
Yep.
that his life is not on track unless his woman is permanently happy.
no,
So
No,
that's
what
not
she's
what.
saying,
Oh
it
no,
makes sense.
no. Go ahead, Megan. You were going to say what were you going to say?
no, I was just saying. Listen, you guys, I this guy, my ex, he's a great guy. I respect him, but he really is a feminine man. I would not describe him as masculine. Like he just doesn't have a sense of that, and that's okay. He just would be more compatible for a woman that is a little more masculine in energy. Like I don't want it to seem like this guy is just a bad guy. It's just energetically he and I weren't compatible. And we were more like girlfriends.
Wait, so were you guys up there uh, exchanging style tips? Um, like what is was okay? Because I'm still trying to figure out what do you mean because
Well,
he was young, like 1924. Um, I can understand the emotional maturity not necessarily being there because the issue that I'm finding with a lot of young women is that they're expecting young men in their age group to operate like their fathers, operate like older men who are much older than men who have gone through the test of fire, the tested fires of time to then get to the point where they've matured emotionally. They've learned how to deal with and engage with women beyond what they were taught and told, right? So I'm trying to figure out exactly because I know what it when someone tells me he's either he's beta, he's female, or he's feminine. There's this particular language to that, and I'm not picking up exactly what you mean by that because your examples aren't clear or concise. They're so I just need to understand exactly what you're saying as to why he was female or he was feminine because I know you see it that way, but I need to understand if that's truly what happened.
Yeah, I get it. And the reason why I'm not thinking hard enough about it is because I don't want to stereotype. Like I don't want to stereotype or criticize these behaviors as positive or negative. They just like Letitia, I just didn't feel like a woman around him. And also, you're right. We were both young, and so we were both learning. We were both immature. But what I'm saying is that I did meet men in that peer group who I did not feel that way with. But so I gave the emotional example. Letitia, have you ever had a girlfriend? I mean, it's just like, it just, I don't know. I don't know how to describe it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, yes, I have girlfriends, but I've never I have girlfriends, but what my girlfriends and I talk about are clothes and when we
Megan,
do
was he gay?
No, he wasn't gay. Okay, Letitia, I'll put it like this. We had a very platonic energy. I realized that we were better suited to be platonic
He didn't.
friends.
He didn't turn her on. That's it. Like, come on, why are we talking about this so much? He
right.
did not have the ability to turn her on because he did not have the aggression that was necessary to do that.
Would you say that that's true, Megan?
Maybe. And that's what I'm saying. Like when I met him, I'm thinking we have so much in common. We get along, and it was I'm like, this is the one. I had never been in a relationship before, but I was like, well, we get along so well. We have so much in common. Let's date. You're responsible. You're smart. Let's date. And it wasn't, and years later, I'm like, something isn't right. Something isn't.
So
And then I met this guy. Yeah.
when you guys first, who initiated the first date?
Well, we started out as friends. So I guess he did.
Okay, because Megan, I'm remembering the when you were in the dark triad room, you said that dating is collaborative. Like it should be when discussing the date, it should be a collaborative effort. You also said that you wouldn't be cut out to date a man who is high value because of the dark personalities. Do you understand that the type of man that you would be suitable for would be your ex?
Come
Because
on, that's not fair.
no, because no, because here's the thing. You want control. You want you want control, you want some control, you want some control in the relationship, right? And so when you're starting out in that way, you're trying to be collaborative and trying to exert um what you want in a way to where now you're dictating where the how the date is going to be, right? The
Well,
only men who is going to be okay with that would be men like your ex.
Well, no. So what I was trying to say, Letitia, is that so the way it was being posed was like, this is what I'm gonna do. It's my way or the highway when it comes to this date. And to me, I didn't understand that because I'm thinking, well, if you don't care about if she would enjoy it or not, or if she would, if her feelings about it aren't relevant, then what's the point exactly? And so I wasn't saying I like to have control. I just was used to my feelings about the idea being relevant.
Right. I'm not saying you're up there telling him you got to do this and you got to do that. You wanting to have some relevance into how the date is going to go, meaning based off of your feelings, how you feel about it, right? That's what I would call leading from the bottom. So
So
when
is
you,
that not important?
okay, so when a man likes you and he's trying to get to know you for the purpose beyond sex, he's trying to figure out your likes and dislikes so that when he does take you on a date, you're going to enjoy it. So when he says, "Oh, okay, so I like to take you on a date. Meet me here if you prefer, or if he picks up you're that type of woman, or I'm gonna pick you up this time, and we're gonna go do X, Y, and Z." But he's going to frame it around the information he's gathered about what you like to do, or if he has something that's coming up, or he has something that he knows that you would probably like to enjoy, he's going to invite you to that. So having this conversation with yourself where you are so focused on being relevant as to the date planning process, what you're going to do is you're going to mostly attract men like your ex who are going to want to actually be with you, be in a relationship with you. Those will probably go to distance, but you won't be interested. But when it comes to you attracting the highly aggressive man that you more likely would desire, the man who is more direct, more open, has a lot of that emotional maturity and that assuredness, you're possibly going to be turn them off to an extent, or you turn them off because
Okay.
that's who you're not compatible with. The guy that you're actually more compatible with would be the man like your ex, because he's going to kowtow to your feelings and your emotions more. That's what makes a lot of women comfortable. Is the man. But then when you get with such a man, it it annoys us, right? It annoy a woman because it's like, wait, you're supposed to be leading, you're supposed to be making decisions, you're supposed to be doing X, Y, and Z. You're supposed to be firm, you're supposed to be assertive, you're supposed to be direct, all these things. You're supposed to be emotionally mature, able to handle your emotions and manage me at the same time. But the men who can do that seems scary to women. That's why these men are saying dark triad is not healthy, because saying dark gets women to make these men seem like the boogeyman, but yet those men are the ones who are actually going to have the traits that women desire the most.
So Letitia, I completely agree with you, and I'm saying that's kind of my discovery. Um, but the thing is, like, I'll give you an example because I've met men who have asked me out the way you're describing, and I have no complaints. But let's say there's a guy who says, "I would like to take you here at this time, whatever," and let's say I was a server. This is a true story. I waited tables in Buckhead in Atlanta when I first moved here, and it was a really nice high-end restaurant, right? So if a guy said, I want to take you here, and I'm saying, well, I work here 5 days a week. These are my coworkers. I eat this food. I take it home every night. I would prefer if we went somewhere else. Or would do you have any other ideas? Would you think that is like wrong? Like, because that's literally what happened to me before. And it wasn't an issue to say any other ideas.
I think the problem here is that a lot of women. Megan, what did you say? How old did you say you were? 26.
No, I'm 28.
28. Fine. So the problem is that they've been overdated. Does that make sense? Like they've been overdated. They've had such bad experiences and such wide array of experiences with men that even my cousin used to do this, where she was leeching off of her previous bad experiences and projecting those experiences onto the future men that were trying to approach her, even though she was offering a different proposition in terms of what she wanted and therefore attracting different men. So
No,
I
British, I
think that
said I worked at that restaurant. I said I
I know,
literally, oh.
I know, but what you said was that this has happened to you before. And then you're projecting that into the future that it may happen again. And so you want to shield yourself from that.
Oh no, I was just asking Letitia if my
Okay, I
response
got
to
it
that.
completely wrong then.
No, 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 no. I wasn't projecting that. I was just saying if a guy were to say, I want to take you here, and I said, oh, well, I literally work here. I would rather not see my
Yeah, I think
coworker.
I don't know any guy. Personally don't know any guy who's stupid enough to meet a girl in a restaurant and then offer to take her to that exact same
No,
restaurant
he
for a
didn't meet
date.
me there. No, he didn't meet me there, and he didn't know I worked there because I try not to talk about my work when I'm getting to know a guy. So I was just asking Letitia, like, would it
Where did
be?
you meet him?
Oh, so I met this guy online.
Okay, and did you tell him that you worked at that restaurant before he asked you out?
No.
No, I like I said, I try
Okay,
not to. No, and so I'm
so
just
then
saying
there's
this.
nothing wrong. There's nothing. If a guy tells you, "Hey, I want to take you to this restaurant," like for example, let's say you worked at the Ivy in London, and I didn't know that. And then I said, "Hey, let's go to the Ivy in London," and you said, "You know what? I work at the Ivy." Is that going to be a problem for me? You say that? No. So then the question becomes, why do you
Okay.
think it's going to be a problem? You saying that?
Well, see, and that's what I'm saying. You guys, I thought the way you guys are making it seem like, oh, well, he's kowtowing to you. If you, that's what I'm saying about the input and how I feel about the suggestion.
Yeah, but the problem is that like you're talking about something that's so inconsequential and projecting it onto something that is consequential, and then ruining your potential options. Like you're literally assuming by you saying that was your thought process. It tells me that you think that smart, successful guys who have managed to create value in the world are just just stupid. I was gonna say as fuck, but I know I can't swear on Letitia's live streams.
No, British, I don't. I respect these men. I was just saying we were talking about the input aspect, and I'm just saying it's not me trying to be controlling. That's just me speaking to why I was
But
saying
that's
input
not
is.
input. What you're saying is not input. It's just a fact. I work at that place. Like that's just so tiny on the grand scheme of things. What we're talking about is when you tell a girl, "Hey, I want to take you out. Come meet me for dinner at this place," and she doesn't work there. She's never been there. She's never done this, that, and the other, and she says, "No, take me to a restaurant that I saw on Instagram." Like these are two completely different scenarios.
Oh, well, yeah, I was talking about some guy saying, I like this place, and I'm saying, like, I just kind of offer my idea about it and saying, well, isn't that a good idea? I just was trying to clarify what I was saying about the collaborative part. Not that I was trying to control or lead from the back, but just, hey, this idea, I like it, I appreciate it, but maybe something else because of valid reason, because of a valid
So what
reason.
happened with that guy? Did you go out with him?
Oh yeah, actually I did.
And how did you navigate that situation? Did you tell him I work there? I can't be bothered to go there six days in a row?
I didn't say it like that. I let him know that I work there.
And what did he
That's,
do as a result of that?
yeah, of course. And that's what I'm saying. Of course, he kind of came up with some other restaurants.
So then what's the problem? What are we talking
That's
about here?
that's what I'm saying. I don't think it's a problem to put input. And does anyone understand what I'm saying? Like,
Yes, and well, yes and no, because what you're talking about is providing input, which is basically feedback, right? It's like, let's say I
yeah,
say, I'm going to take you to a pizza place, and you turn around and go, I'm absolutely deathly allergic to pizza, right? That's completely different to, I want you to just take me somewhere I saw on Instagram so I can take some pictures. Like, these are two different scenarios here. How are
okay,
women getting confused by these two things? I don't
because
get
I
it.
don't think because I
Ted,
don't
help
think
me out here, Ted. What is going
I,
on? How are these
I
women
don't
getting confused over these two
I don't think
scenarios?
I don't think she would do that scenario, unless I'm misreading you.
I don't think a lot of women would. That's I think what's confusing me too.
Wait,
I
So,
think you're over. I think you're oversimplifying it.
so no, because
let,
I remember in the room.
let me ask Megan. I want to ask you a question. You mentioned that you would get emotional. So I'm gonna I'm gonna steal a page out of British's book. So Megan, uh, I'm gonna say it the way British did. Let's suppose you were lucky enough
Uh-oh.
to be in a relationship with me,
Oh
and
gosh.
your lucky number came up, and I chose you,
Oh gosh.
and you got emotional one day, and I said, Megan, that's enough. That is enough. We can talk about this. We're not going to talk about it that way. I don't have a problem discussing this, but not that way. So that's enough. What would you do?
Mm, I would respect that. Yeah.
Would that be too feminine for you?
No. So if it's not like you just kind of disregarding me or dismissing me, then no, I would respect that completely.
And what would you do?
I guess I would wait until the appropriate time to continue the discussion.
All right. And I said, we're going to discuss it now. We're just not going to discuss it in that emotional state you're in. So let's go sit down and talk about this now.
Oh, I would love that.
Okay. So your ex didn't deal with you that way.
No. Oh, I mean, and so they see this is also, let me tell you something else, Ted, if I can. What happened, this guy was kind of toxic because he would be very emotional and he would learn different conflict resolution styles, but then he would make that toxic. So one thing he started doing was like he would say he learned to just shelf a conversation, kind of like what you just did. But he would say it like, if you don't stop, I'm walking away, right? And so it was kind of like, now you're threatening me, right? So it wasn't in earnest. It was like, it was
Manipulation.
a threat. Yeah, it was manipulation. And so that just,
I got it.
he took a perfectly, reasonable conflict resolution style and made it toxic. And yeah.
That's a feminine man. That's a feminine man right there. She was right. That's why I said it makes sense.
And that's why I present it in a more masculine way, uh, to see. Now, at the time, at 20 years old, the way I presented it, would you have responded the same way?
Oh, yes, I would have loved it.
Okay. So now I'm going to now support what Letisha was saying. Let's say at 20 or even 24, he just didn't have the capacity. But it sounds like he was doing something by was he studying conflict resolution, or you're just calling it conflict resolution?
I'm calling it conflict resolution.
So he didn't study that. So let's say Letitia was saying something valid, that you were expecting him to have the mental capacity of someone over 30, and he just didn't have it. He needed time to develop it. What if you expected too much for him at his age?
Well, I don't know. I mean, like I said, we were together for well, about 4 years. So, I expected after, and he was 1 year older than me.
Oh,
So I'd expect after a certain point things would have gotten better, but they just never did. So it could have been a combination of immaturity, femininity, you know.
okay. All right. All right. So do you think your position of indifference will get you what you ultimately want?
I don't know, Ted.
Yeah, you were so engaging, and now you went back to indifference. So now you know what just happened.
Because realistically, I think, look, I'll be honest with you, vision board with like a beautiful married life from the wedding to the children to the home to the whole relationship, all the hallmarks that I want my relationship to have: trust, love, security, affection. And then I have a vision board of a beautiful life as a single woman with travel and things like that. So I have it because I feel like a lot of women put so much pressure on themselves for marriage, and then when they don't have that, they feel really bad about their life. But for me, I feel like whichever side of the fence I fall on, it's going to be a beautiful life. So that's kind of where that indifference is. I mean, I'm good either way.
So let me ask. This is an important question. Um, do you still get too emotional? Do you think the way you manage yourself when you're not getting what you want is, do you think that mindset, so you're not getting what you want, you get emotional, do you think that chases away really good men?
Mm, like me getting emotional?
Yes.
I don't know.
Are you a princess in your mind?
um, I like to be carefree and relaxed and like well taken care of. So
You know,
if that
you've done a great job of answering all of my questions up until now.
am I a princess in my mind? Yes.
Good. So you're bratty.
I wouldn't say bratty. Not at all.
Oh, so you have a diplomatic way of expressing this, and I'd love to hear it. What do you call it?
What bratty?
If it's not bratty, what do you call it? You must call it something. Because I would
Like
call it bratty.
you mean being emotional?
Hey Ted, let's face it, she's got a bratty tone, let alone everything else.
Oh, is it? No, it's not. I feel like I've been
She's got
very
that tone that just wants
respectful.
to be put in her place. That's the tone that she's got.
So you're telling me you never get bratty in a relationship?
Ted, I mean, aren't we all emotional? We're all
See, that's
emotional.
there you go. There it is, right there. That's bratty for you. In case you didn't know what that meant,
Okay.
Megan.
So so what
I'm
I'm
not a stone, okay?
what I'm inviting you to look at is your indifference will accomplish nothing. I think you understand that. And uh, being bratty may make it more difficult to get the kind of guy you want, unless you're going to date someone much older who has a better handle on as on handling brattiness. Letitia would call it a brat tamer. You might need a brat tamer who knows how, in a masculine, assertive way, that still has you be safe and comfortable, uh, and he's still driven and ambitious, and he can create some direction and guidance for how you can be supportive of him and make the relationship work.
I took a test that said I was a brat, but it wasn't valid. I mean, it was like a
So
fun
she
little.
knows exactly what she's talking about. She's just playing the brat right now for
I'm
you to
so
tame
not.
her live on this
That
stream.
test
That's
was
what's
a
going on
BS.
right
That
now.
was a BS
No,
test.
it
It
wasn't.
wasn't real.
No, it was.
No, I really do think I'm mature.
She's
I think.
waiting for the handcuffs, and that's what she's waiting for.
Oh,
She wants to be
British.
fully tamed. See what I mean? She wants to be fully tamed as a brat because she hasn't let go of that. She hasn't experienced that yet. She's been craving a man who can dominate her,
Yep,
and the
yep,
last one didn't know how to do it.
yep.
So she let go of him, and and to be fair on her side, this is the part where I'll agree with her. We all go through situations where we logically pick a woman. I did this with my ex. I ticked all the boxes and I said, "This sounds great." I ignored my heart and my energy, which was like, "This isn't the right woman for you," even though she ticked all the boxes. And then it just doesn't get there. And that's one of the things that I think is kind of crazy right now in conversation because everyone's just focusing on ticking lists. Is she going to be a mom? Is she going to be a wife? Is she going to be this, that, and the other? And we don't focus on the energy part of it. So that part I'll give her. But yeah, she's just a brat that needs taming. I mean, wants to be tamed.
Yep, that's why I said a brat tamer. That's what I hear. That's why I use the example. If I said enough, that's enough. Sit down. We're going to talk about it, and she would comply. But you also, and even in chats with Country Boy, a guy has to be able to perform that way in and out of the bed. I think a lot of men undervalue the uh, they underestimate the value of sex in their relationships, and from
And
a
you
from
know
a
what?
side.
You know what, Ted? I'm going to tell you something else. Like, as I hear you say that, we're going to talk about this later and stuff like that. You know what else is important, too, to me, I think, is the intent behind what a person says. So, like I gave in my example with my ex, if I can sense like a very petty or manipulative intent behind their tone, I think that comes out different versus I can tell that this person is genuinely interested in resolving this conflict, they're being earnest. You know what I mean? I could sense that in the way you're saying it. So I would be more willing to comply because I feel like we really do have the same goal here.
Yeah, it's not what you say; it's where you're coming from.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
that 100%. Yeah. But you do you understand what I just said about you perhaps needing someone who is more savvy in their ability to communicate and very firm in their masculinity and can tame a brat? Do you understand that?
Yes. That's the realization I came to with my ex. I realized that's what I'm saying. I realized I needed a different type of energy from a man.
Okay. So if can women be honest about that? So because if you do want a brat tamer, you can't spend all of your time fighting against him because then you'll squander uh, what you really want. You understand that, right?
Yeah. You're the first person to like literally call me a brat, so I would have to look into that a little bit more, to know that I can like really identify myself as such. But I get it.
Yeah, I can smell a little bit. I can smell it. And my assumption is, guys, well, you've probably had men who wanted to or were willing to bend over backwards for you. So um, that gives you a view of yourself in the world and what you can get people to do for you. So sometimes women can take that a little bit too far. So, and you understand what I'm saying, don't you?
Yeah, of course.
Good, good. So honesty is important. And maybe this is something all women need to be honest about. We shame masculinity, which is the very thing women want, and guys need to understand this. When you put your masculinity on the shelf, a woman will eventually resent you for that.
Yeah, I think the fear is that, like, I think women crave masculine men. I agree. But I think some men use their masculinity to be like it's a fine balance. It's kind of like with women. I think some people will abuse their role, and I think that can turn women off of what they understand as masculinity if you've had men to abuse that position.
I understand that. I understand. But you also understand masculinity is what builds civilizations and it's what protects women in a war. The only thing stopping the Mexican drug lords from coming up and raping and pillaging the US is masculinity, the men that are here. You understand that, right?
Of course. I always tell women this. I say, I don't think women want to scale buildings in 100+ degree weather or
Right.
pave pavement for miles and miles like, men do that. So I do have an appreciation for men and their labor and protection.
Well, even the 14 to 18-hour days they work to plan, map, raise capital to do all that, which all of that has to happen first before any guy gets on a 100-story building. And then some guys have to go into an iron ore mine to get the iron ore and turn it to steel. So there are a lot of different things that have to happen to put that skyscraper or bridge up. Uh,
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
so
that's what I'm saying, man. I really appreciate and respect. I'm just saying when I hear women on the extreme and I say I'm the one to say, hold on, because we wouldn't have the world that we have if it weren't for men and their efforts and things like that. So I'm just saying I'm not the type to just wholly disregard men and their value.
thank you for being open and honest. Now I want to ask Angelina, what are you getting out of this conversation, Angelina? Are you still there, Angelina? Was it that bad that you just left the building?
Yeah, I'm sorry if I've been talking too much.
Oh no, we were asking you questions, so you were fine. You were born and raised in Georgia?
Are you talking to me?
Yes.
No, I was born in Montgomery, Alabama.
Okay.
Yeah, I moved to Atlanta about literally 4 years ago this week.
Okay. I assume you still like it there.
Yeah, I like it. I like it. And that's another reason like I don't date because dating is really hard in Atlanta.
Okay.
Rumor about that. So, Letitia, what do you think of this interaction and her needing a brat tamer?
I'm not gonna lie, I was highly annoyed.
Say that
I'm
again.
sorry.
I was highly annoyed. Um,
Boyd?
I was highly annoyed, and the reason why is because I don't think she understood what was actually happening. Um, that brat energy is so strong, and it's not just in you, Megan. It's in women who carry that princess mentality and that brat behavior, that bratty behavior. Um, where they can engage in the conversation, but they'll discard everything that's really being said, right? Everything that they don't like, everything that's uncomfortable, they'll discard for the most part. 20,
Can I ask you a question, Letitia? Oh, I'm sorry. I was
28.
just
Can you guys hear me? Because somebody told me my mic is funny.
Fine. Perfect. Gotcha.
28 years old, in a relationship from 19 to 24. I can't get a clear understanding of why it ended. And then now we still can't get a clear understanding of where her future lies, whether she wants to be married or not. And then she looks at it as it's the men's fault when you're trying to point out that she has some responsibility and understanding that instead of looking at the men, look at yourself and see where you are misstepping and going wrong. And it's not just about, oh, trying not to lead from the bottom through conversation, but it is your mindset. And a lot of women's mindset today is I just don't have to try with a man that I don't want to be with. I don't have to try if he's not making me feel good. Although I'm going to say I'm committed, but I don't have to try. Right? A lot of women today are focused on just getting their needs met and what they want. And if they can't get what they want, then they'll check out dating altogether. When you are it's just so different. So it's so difficult to have these conversations because men have been lying to us for decades about what they really want. And I'm over the lies. I will have a visceral response to lies. I can tolerate the truth, the hardcore truth, better than I can tolerate a lie. Once I feel like I'm being lied to, I get highly annoyed and I'll start to discard everything that's being said. So men are lying to women. The men that you are dealing with are lying to you. And the reason why they're lying to you is because of your brat energy. Um, they don't want to hurt your feelings because you're going to use your feelings to then start manipulating them. You're going to
Letitia, I'm sorry. What is the opposite of a brat in this context? Because I really don't think I'm a brat, but like, what would be the opposite?
a non-brat,
How does
someone
that look?
someone who does not use their emotions to manipulate, someone who doesn't feel spoiled, who doesn't feel entitled, someone a woman who is not seeking to be spoiled by a man
She's
or
not.
anybody.
A submissive.
No, no, she's not a princess. She's not a princess.
Yeah, she's not a princess. She's not looking to be spoiled. She doesn't have this entitlement mindset. That's why he asked you the questions he asked you. Are you looking to be spoiled by a man? That is a princess mindset. Princesses are brats. And their parents, the king and queen, and everyone around them, their subjects, enables that behavior. So what he is saying is that men have been enabling your behavior because they're highly physically attracted to you and sexually attracted to you. So once you can accept that you do have that energy and it's not going to work with men, and it's definitely not going to work with the type of man that you want, you're not going to be able to get the outcome that you want, that you desire. You've checked out and not realized that the problem is actually you. And I know that's harsh. I know that's uncomfortable to hear, but it's you. You're not going to be able to have that energy with certain men. And I'm pretty sure at 28 you're not going to deal with a 50 plus year old man. Because that's what Ted said. If you want a man who is going to manage you in a way that you want, like just manage my emotions, just deal with me, handle me, he's going to be significantly older. But someone your age, even if he seems like he can handle it, that's only going to last for so long before he's like, I'm out of here. I can't deal with this. They're not built for it. Like and then I know for a fact it's going to take a dark triad man to deal with that. One who is high on the Machiavellianism because he knows you're playing games and trying to manipulate him with your feelings. So he's going to play the game with you and he's going to enjoy it while you're frustrated by it because you're going to be wanting to get something and he's not likely to give into it. Now he's just playing the game with you, but you said you don't like, you're not cut out for those men. So you're confused. You're all over the place. You don't want a feminine man. You don't want a beta man. That's fine. But when I hear you talking this conversation, the type of man that you really would want would be the kind of man that you're saying, I'm not comfortable with that man. But then you're saying, well, he has to be X, Y, and Z. So then it's like, to me, it sounds like you're going to be trying to control a man in any regard. Because if he's dark triad, instead of you managing yourself, you're going to be trying to manage him and how he's dealing with you. So I'm just simply here to say, Megan, you are the reason why you're single because you have not asked yourself, why do you want what you want? And you have not asked yourself, how, if I want it, why isn't it so important to me? Because if you have this lackadaisical, this checked out mentality, the only type of men that you're going to start attracting is men who are winging it, men who don't have a high desire for marriage, men who have a lesser desire for marriage.
The player.
Exactly. So British had to put his results up again. British, oh, he's letting you know he's high in Machiavellianism. Play the game. So that's what I'm saying. If you can't learn to accept the reality, then that's fine. Then keep doing what you're doing. But understand that the only thing that's going to happen is the same results that you're getting. And I'll stop there.
Megan,
Yeah.
I'd like to hear your thoughts on what Letitia just said.
I do have some thoughts. It's mostly that I don't think it's fair to make such a strong assessment about me from such a short conversation. And my relationships have been a lot more complex than what I've shared just for the sake of time. So I'm not sure that assessment is fair. But I do think I know Letitia's an expert in what she does, so I'm just gonna take the like listen to what she said and um and take the parts that I think are the parts that resonate with me.
What did resonate?
I'm still processing it because to be honest, Ted, like I don't believe I'm a brat. Like that's the first part of it. You were the first person to tell me that. Um, and so that's kind of the first part right there. When I was talking about emotions, I was just using that as an example. And the difference between men that I consider masculine, they tend to be more stable emotionally. Not that I'm just this a highly emotional, temperamental, uncontrolled woman. I'm not, right? I was just saying during moments of high emotion, I appreciate a man who tends to be more stable himself emotionally. That's the example I was just using that as an example. But I think Letitia is valid in what she says, so I'm just gonna listen to what she said.
Well, when I asked you if you consider yourself a princess, what did you say?
Yeah, like I'm a princess in that I desire a somewhat stress-free, carefree, comfortable life. And I think that's normal, to be honest.
Okay. But you understand the princess mindset when did when she addressed that. Do you understand what she's saying?
I think so. Like, my idea of a princess is not some kid who has no responsibility or anything like that. Oh, yeah, British, that's the test I took. That's what I'm saying. I think that's a fun test, but I don't think it's valid. But yeah, I don't think a princess is some kid. I think a princess is just someone who likes to be comfortable and who's living a relatively stress-free life.
Okay. How do you handle stress?
I think I handle stress well. I work really hard to deal with stress and as healthily as possible. But like I said, Ted, I'm not stone. I'm not made of stone.
Okay.
I have a question for you, Megan. What is your relationship like with your mother?
Oh, my relationship with my mom is like very. It could be better. There's a lot to be desired.
Okay. What does your mom tell you about being a wife?
My mom did not tell me anything about being a wife. She was married, but she never like had those conversations with me. She was more concerned that I didn't get pregnant at a young age.
Okay. Did she talk to you about marriage?
No,
Okay.
her whole thing was just making sure I didn't get pregnant young.
Okay. Was your mom married to your dad?
Yeah, she was.
Okay. Um, how do you feel about your mom not talking to you about marriage and being what it takes to be a wife?
Very negligent.
Okay. At what age did you decide that you did want to get married? Like you would want that for yourself at some point in life.
My whole life, I used to want to marry my dad. Like when I was a young girl, my dad was like, "I'm going to marry him." Like I grew up wanting marriage and then, over time I'm just like it may not be in the cards for everyone, but that doesn't mean you can't have a beautiful life.
Okay. Would you say that you get along better with men or do you get along better with women?
I get along better with certain types of women, and certain types of men.
Okay, who annoys you more easily, men or women?
Men.
Okay, why do men annoy you more easily?
Because I think they're hard to. It's hard to just be yourself around them.
Hmm. What does being yourself look like? When you're being yourself, what does that look like?
Yeah, like Letitia, I think like I would consider you a very feminine woman. I think most women can be very feminine, but they are guarded because if you're just your true feminine self around men, a lot of men will exploit our feminine tendencies. And so, yeah, I just tend to not like, so I just don't like having to guard myself. So I like being around women more.
Okay, so when you're around men who annoy you, how are you being if you're not being feminine?
Yeah, like maybe I'm emotional. Like I'm saying like maybe I care too much about something, maybe I like something too much, maybe I'm excited by something that they may not be interested in, or like I just have feminine interests that they may not care about, like you know, it's
Oh,
just
okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, because they don't care. They don't. So you have to be around your female friends to get that emotional connection, that emotional support, talk about all that girly stuff that they don't really care about. So I get it. Okay. Um, okay, so if you have not been taught about marriage and what it takes to become a wife, where did you get your education from when it comes to being a wife and what it takes to be married?
I just study it on my own.
And who did you study or what did you study?
Like for example, when it comes to parenthood, I read books about like childhood development, like from credible authors and stuff. So when it comes to like womanhood and relationships, I read them from experts. So
Okay,
like Ted, he has a book, right? So like I would read it from people that are, experts in a given field.
okay. Are you open to learning how to be a wife and be um, from the man who is pursuing you for marriage?
No.
Why not?
Yeah, see, that's the thing. I find I'm uncomfortable taking advice from men about stuff like that because I think they will manipulate. They will manipulate.
So if he's pursuing you and he's letting you know what he needs and what it would take for you to be his wife, you think he's manipulating you?
I'm sorry, what was the last part?
So if he's vetting, pursuing you for the purpose of being his wife, and he's essentially kind of guiding you into becoming the wife that he needs, you think he's manipulating you?
You know what, Letitia, I take that back. If this is a man that I think has really good character and integrity, then I would. But if it's just like on social media or just like a guy that I don't know very well, I would not listen to him because you don't know where their intentions are coming from.
Right. I'm specifically talking about a man who is, you don't know him, you just met him, um, you're starting to date, you're starting to get to know each other, um, especially when it comes to the brat energy, right? The princess mindset. He's going to deal with that, right? Because he's going to need you to get past that energy, get past that mindset in order to be the wife that he needs. Everything else about you could be okay, but he's going to deal with that. Can you really truly accept learning how to be a wife from the man who is interested in you?
Yeah.
Mm,
No, but I think she has a point there. I don't think any. If I had a daughter, I wouldn't tell her to immediately start taking a man's guidance on first approach. I think that's wrong. I think there are many men that would take advantage of that situation. On that point, I think she has a point. Um, you got to let a man actually prove his intention first, and then start learning how to be his wife.
Thank you, British. That
I
perfect. Well said. Yeah.
I understand that, but what I don't understand is why such a negative mindset, right? Why does a woman's brain automatically go to the negatives when dealing with men? That speaks to a much deeper issue than the answer given. So it's not what you said, it's where you're coming from, as Ted likes to say. Why immediately because I was specific, I said, a man who is pursuing you to be his wife, would you be open to learning to be his wife? The first initial answer was no. And then when I asked a subsequent question, she then changed the answer to say, well, no, no, no. If he's this, if he's that, then I can do it. Why not automatically have this understanding that you are going to choose a good man? You are choosing a good man and operate from a place of trusting yourself and trusting the
Because
decision you made.
it's what I said earlier. They've been overdated.
You know what,
Hey, let's
Letisha,
just say it out. They've been overdated.
I agree with you, Letisha. And it kind of makes me sad to hear you say that because you're right. But at the same time, I think it's me. It's not that my mind went to the negative. I'm realistic. And maybe British is saying overdated, but I think me and my sister were having this conversation too. I think because of the time that we live in, um, my sister has this theory that people are traumatized, over traumatized, just because of our exposure, the media exposure. And so we're traumatized by things that aren't even actually even happening to us in our real life. So I just like to think that I'm realistic. And so, yeah, you're right. I trust that I would find the right guy. But realistically, I understand that there are men who have nefarious intentions. And so, the majority, I honestly believe the majority of men are not well intentioned, to be honest, Letitia. Um, I think there are more, like, fewer good men than there are. And so, yeah.
Megan,
I agree with her on that point, by the way.
can I say something, Megan? I just want to say I appreciate your honesty, right? Being honest is the first step in actually getting to the root of the problem. That is the only way you can understand your dating outcomes, your relationship outcomes, why things aren't progressing. So I just want to say I truly appreciate that, and I thank you because I know it's very, very difficult to be that vulnerable on a public stage, especially around a lot of men, right? Strong men, very assertive, dominant men, even though they probably might say no, we're not. So I truly, truly appreciate that.
Yeah, I don't want to be negative, Letitia. I like your attitude and I wish I could be that way, but it's scary when you are aware of like a lot the nature of a lot of when you're aware of the nature of men, it's just really scary.
Yes, I understand. I for know firsthand the nature of men, but I also know that there's different men, right? There are men out here who don't care about anyone but themselves, and they're going to just take what they take,
Yes.
right? So yes, you do have to be mindful. Yes, you do have to be mindful that men are aggressive. That if men are aggressive, they're competitive, they're dangerous, essentially, right?
Yes.
Um, but I will also say that when you come to the understanding that not all men operate from that frame, that they are trying their best to be mindful of how we see them and how we fear them. That's why you see a lot of lying to us, a lot of manipulation, because they understand how much we fear their true manhood, their true masculinity, how uncomfortable it is. But once you can accept that there are more men out here who do actually care about how we see them, how we view them, and that's why they move differently. They won't be out here uh, assaulting women. They won't be out here lying to women. They won't be out here deceiving women, cheating on women, right? They're mindful. Then you'll see that you can have distinction, because I think that's what it is. Like, a lot of women are taught about men being bad, right? They're seeing things that make them see all men as bad, but they're seeing these things, they're hearing these things, and proper context is not being added. So now there's a lack of distinction and discernment. When women get to that age where they can date, they're not taught that there are certain men who move a certain way, and then there's men who move a different way. I think women believe that if I want marriage, any man would give me that. If I want a good man, any man would be able to be that for me, right? If I want a generous man, any man can do that. But no, it starts with your mother and your father giving you instruction on good men versus the not good men, the bad men, learning what that looks like, distinction, vetting, having boundaries. But because those aren't the conversations that are happening, it's just mostly don't get pregnant, don't get pregnant, do go to school, do well, make something of yourself. You need to have a good career. Don't depend on anyone. Don't depend on a man. But in the end, we want a relationship. We want to have babies. We want to be a mother. Like, having a child in your arms is the most rewarding feeling ever. And for those who say, I don't want to be a mother, that I get it. But for those of us who at some point want to become a mother, having that feeling uh, is so rewarding, to the point where now you feel like you're going to miss out. And then when you start feeling like you're going to miss out, you're going to start making poor judgments and poor decisions. So I get it, the conversations that we've had, the things that we're taught, it just makes men look so bad. And if I could tell you some stories that I experienced as a young girl, because people think that, oh, you just don't want to see the bad in men. You've never experienced anything bad. That's not true. I just had to learn that if I wanted a good man, I first had to be a good woman. If I wanted a generous, kind man, I have to be a generous, kind woman. So everything that I wanted in a man, I have to be. And then what's going to happen is I'm only going to attract those kind of men around me. So
Latisha, you know what? I agree with you, but then I disagree, because there are women who are generous and kind, and guess what? They attract users. They attract people who know that this is a generous and kind woman, and they exploit that nature in her. And so that's what
Listen,
women.
look, this conversation about how good men are sometimes and how bad men are is just ridiculous. At the end of the day, throughout history, there's enough data to show that every baby that's been born, typically speaking, it's one man making 2 to 3 women pregnant throughout the history of Earth. You can go and read that data. So, are there terrible men out there? Yes. Are there good men out there? Yes. Are there overwhelmingly more terrible men than good men? Yes. Are there definitely more or less really good, viable potential men than even the good men? Yes. You can't just keep going. Like, this is a futile conversation. At the end of the day, she has been overdated. She does not believe in her why at this point as to why she even wants to be a wife and a mom. She's already said that right at the beginning of the conversation. She's accepted the reality in her mind that she may just be single and happy for the rest of her life. It's okay. She has not thought about she has no why. She, like, the real wives that get picked are the ones that are like, I want to be a wife. I don't care what happened. I don't care how I am a wife and I want to be a wife. Her why is completely out of alignment. And it's not any man's job to try and fix the overdated trauma that happens. It's especially one of the 2% of men. If you want a 2% of anything, it's your job to be right for that 2%, not the other way around. It's a supply and demand dynamic. It's very, very simple.
Can I chime in on that, British? Because I totally agree with what you
What's
said
up,
there.
Phil?
What's going on, guys? Thanks for bearing with me, by the way. I was literally in traffic when I saw your invitation. So appreciate you having me on the show. I think this whole thing with being a wife thing, I think it reminds me of like, somebody who wants to be like an entertainer or an all, you know what I mean? Like you kind of got to start that and your craft and all that stuff like young. It's weird. Like it'd be weird to see somebody who is like 33, 34, 35 to just wake up and say like I want to be a rapper or I want to be like some kind of like mega star. And I think and to the point you're talking about of the echelon of a certain type of man, right? Of that kind of top tier person, you want to be that kind of level of a star. That's not something you just wake up and decide to do like in your mid 30s. You like really have to be putting in the dues and doing the work for that like all the way up. You know what I mean? You kind of got to know it from like when you're a child, and anything less than that, you should just manage your expectations accordingly. Not to say people don't still get married. I'm sure they do, and I'm sure, Letisha as the matchmaker has plenty of success stories. But for the most part, the way we do it now, where people just arrive and show, I've been doing whatever I was doing, and now I kind of want to do this thing. It is. It's just very backwards. I think to me it boggles the mind. I don't think anybody who came to you at the age of in their mid 30s deciding that they wanted to be a rapper and having never really done anything like that before, you shouldn't take them seriously. And I think the same is kind of true. And it doesn't mean necessarily anybody should be expect to be mistreated or anything like that. But you just gotta know what that looks like.
Well, I'll actually, British, I just want to say I think you're absolutely right. I love how succinct you've been. I like the word overdated. I'm probably going to use it because it's so true. But I have a question for you because I think what Letitia is saying is beautiful and I believe in it too. Like I said, I grew up wanting to be married. I think lots of young women do. I don't think women come to the realization that they don't want to be married overnight. I think it's an experience. But the woman who basically, I think there are a lot of women who have that yearning. There are lots of women like that who just aren't married. And they're not all irresponsible. They are, it's not, it's just the way things are. So that woman that was yearning for marriage the other night on Letitia's stage, how long should a woman be yearning like that before she just is comfortable with not having it?
Forever, because the true fact of the reality when you study history and you study DNA data throughout history is that just being married is a privilege. And I'm talking about married in a marriage where you are living in a mansion and taking 17 holidays a year, and in a marriage where you are getting beaten. That's how bad marriage statistics are. Just being called a wife is a privilege in this society that we live in. Because as I said, on average, one man has made two women pregnant throughout the history of time. So when you think about it like that, just the status of being a wife is a privilege. So how long should you be yearning? Forever and ever and ever. It's just the facts of it. It is not a happy-go-lucky ending the fairy tale and oh my God, or ending the delusion and everyone's going to be married. No, it's not. It's never going to work like that.
Okay.
You're either gonna be married and you want to be married, or you are not going to be married. And you've got to really want it. So if the chance of marriage has gone down by XYZ percentage, your yearning has to go up by XYZ percentage. Otherwise, we call that wifeflation.
Okay,
this is very, very simple.
Well, so British, by that example, the way Phil put it with like an athlete, right? Someone who's pursuing something very prestigious, a very prestigious opportunity or position, right? Or coveted position, right? It's very limited. So he was saying, you don't wake up at 35 and say I want to be a rapper, right? So you have to start young, right? So at what age does that person who works and cultivate themselves to be a wife for this coveted position, if it's so coveted and it's so limited, clearly everyone won't get that opportunity. So that would mean at some point some people will have to let the dream go. Like, you don't see men at 35 still saying, I want to make it to the league. They have to let the dream go at some point, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. I agree with you completely. Which is why I always say, on Clubhouse, when a Letitia attracts the 35-year-old plus, single mom with bad attitudes, it's like, just let it go. It's okay. Like, not everyone's gonna be married. Just let it go. It's not a problem. Focus on some cats or something.
Listen, or you could just pay for like your local YMCA. Like, not everybody's gonna be at the league. So why does everybody have to be at the league? And those who aren't in necessarily the NBA, you got, was it the Harlem Globetrotters, and you got the and one folks, and you got the D League and G League and all these other stuff. Like, there's tiers to it, right? And so if you just haven't been training to be that upper echelon person, again, it's not to say you shouldn't participate at all, but you just recognize that the level you're going to do it at, you should manage the expectations on which you're going to be able to do that. Again, because I think a lot of times people hear this and they want to accuse men of saying that, like, oh, you should give it up or whatever the case may be, and that's not necessarily it. I think the hard part is just the shifting of gears, and
So
people
what
want
you're
this.
saying, Phil, what you're saying is, if they can't get the baller, right, at least they should be happy with the guy who cleans up the court, because
Something
at least
or the mascot.
at least they're on the field at some level.
Absolutely.
There you go, Megan.
Okay, so you agree. So you said the yearning should be forever, but now you're saying, you know
Yeah,
what?
absolutely. Yearning should be forever. Even when you're single, even when you're 45 years old, even when no man's looking at you, you should be yearning to be a wife, because there might be one man that walks past you, if you are lucky, and goes, you know what? I'm ready, and she's the one for me. So yeah, keep yearning forever, but just realize that, like, the thing that annoys me is that everyone assumes that all of these things that we're talking about are just givens. Like, if I cook, clean the house, and I'm ready to have children, I'm just gonna be picked up and married. It's not how it works. You know how many women are willing to do that and they're still not married?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's a lot of women are in that position, and it's just like it's not.
Good. Do you know
But
how many men have started businesses and failed?
Exactly. But see,
wh-
that's the bigger problem is that, and Letisha asked her, "Did your mother prepare you for marriage?" Most women do not know what it takes to be in marriage. In fact, our society promotes that women go out and try their options, and women don't understand. The more you try your options, the more likely you're just going to be an option for every man you meet. So so you may know how to prepare for the NBA or to be a rapper, and you start at a young age, but how do you prepare a woman to be valuable to what they would consider a high value man? And most women really don't know what it takes to be valuable to that kind of man. Just being pretty and saying I can clean the house, cook, and have children, uh, you're a commodity because there are millions of other women behind you who can do the same thing. So the real question is, how do you become valuable to that kind of man?
and
Ted,
see,
what's
yeah.
crazy is
Oh,
that what you just listed out, the three things that I pointed out earlier, were like the basic requirements of being a woman 50 years ago. Not being a wife, not being a wife to a high. Now it's like, oh, I do the basics that the any man would have expected 50 years ago, and now because I do those exact same things, I deserve a an NBA player, or I deserve a high value man. Right? No, you if you can cook, take care of the house, and have children, you may deserve to just be a wife.
But if
see, I
that's
don't,
all
I
you
don't.
do, understand the kind of man you will attract. I'm sorry, Megan, go ahead. What do you want to ask?
No, I'm kind of confused here. Then, so if you have these women, all you said that those types of women are a commodity, then what's the problem? Why are so many women not married if there's a surplus of these women? To me, it's suggesting that there aren't enough
No, no, they are
husbands.
commodity. They are a low value commodity and believe they bring high value to the kind of man they want. And the kind of man they want demands significantly more than that. So they will be perpetually single and have no clue how to be accepted into this institution of holy matrimony, because they don't know how to be valuable to the man they want.
But also, she's right in the sense that there is an oversupply of women for the top upper echelon of men. Like, I don't think that anyone is arguing that. That's been the reality for the entirety of humanity. For the upper echelon of man in the top, say, 10 to 20%, he is like, who doesn't want to be with that guy? The only type of woman that doesn't want to be with that guy who is the type of woman who's making her own money and thinks that a man is only there for making money.
But most of the women available to those men are not qualified. It's only a very small percentage. And to your point, even the small percentage is still a high amount. So the women who actually have nothing to offer except for looks don't understand why they will be constantly sent to the back of the line.
Megan, what percent, say there's 100% of women, right? What percent of those women do you think are qualified for that top guy? Just take a guess. It doesn't really matter. Like, there's no data on it, but just take a guess.
I mean, obviously a small number. So I'm guessing you're saying 1 or 2 out of 10 would be good enough for this top guy.
So like 20%?
Sure.
Right. So if you take that 20% and then factor in what I said earlier, where those 20% of women are chasing realistically the top 2% of men out of all the men available, you still got a 10 to 1 choice variety. Like, this is how hard this is. Like, it's not a walk in the park. And then when a woman shows up and goes, you know what? Like, sometimes I feel like it. Sometimes I don't feel like it. Sometimes I feel like being a wife. Sometimes I feel like being an independent woman. Sometimes I feel like taking care of a home. Other times I feel like going out with my girls and partying for the rest of my life. It's like, do that. Go do the other thing.
I agree.
You know what's interesting? I think I love that you bring up this stuff with the Baumeister data, British, because what it tells you that when you look at the genetic record, right? And I've always had the theory that marriage, or at least this concept of the one, right, this one person, is kind of a socially cohesive fiction, and a lot of consumerism and romance and all that stuff is built around this notion of the one, right? We said a lot of fairy tales and rom-coms and diamond rings and all this other stuff, right? But when the rubber meets the road, going back however many millennia, right, it's basically always been this concept of 1 to 2. I think that, and I don't know, Letisha, forgive me, because you're the matchmaker, so if I'm stepping on your toes, by all means, interrupt. But I think the notion has been, I consider it a socially cohesive fiction, right? Obviously, it's mentioned in the Bible, a lot of spiritual stuff around that. But like the idea that, okay, it's just you and this one person, and that's all it's going to be. For one, it helps to scale society. It helps to kind of provide some order to the point that we can get to the kind of civilization that we have today. And that's a good thing. But we're starting to collide now, the point we are, with the reality that, again, if you have that fantasy, it's cool to have that fantasy. It's just, you got to know, again, what's on the other side of that. What is reasonable to expect in return? And I think that's the part where the mismanaged expectations is kind of, it's just, the whole thing is kind of unraveling as far as the romance is not going to get you there, right? This idea of this one person who's your soulmate or whatever the case may be, like, it's just not it. And when we recognize the reality of it, it does help to create order. It does help to maybe to legitimize our children and things like that. There are a lot of legitimate benefits around that. But hey, if for instance, I don't think, and forgive me too, Megan, because I only heard part of what you were saying. I don't think that fact is necessarily always reflective of some kind of darker nature in men, or whatever the case may be, that, for instance, men are just trying to exploit women. I think it's really just comes down it's ultimately an economics question or kind of a math question, really. If you could really take the emotion out of it, and I know for women that's hard to do, but I don't know if that reframe potentially helps kind of understand what we're dealing with right now.
Oh, guys, can I say something? I've been listening for a while.
Go right
Can you
ahead.
guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go right ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Letisha. Thank you to everyone on the panel. I've been listening for a while, and the conversation has taken different turns. But this last bit by Phil, I was wondering, Megan, could it be because I'm a woman like you? I've been married before. I do want to marry again. And a few weeks ago, I think I was on Letisha's stage, and I mentioned how I've essentially lost my patience with American men. So I'm wondering if it's maybe a cultural thing because this concept of being overdated. I mean, for someone that hasn't married before, you're probably meeting people and sizing them up and all that. And for me, I wouldn't do that because I know that might lead to burnout, being jaded, losing your fire to get married again, not knowing if you want to even marry these guys. So I'm just wondering if is more of a cultural thing because the marriage rate in America is it's going down because for many reasons, maybe fear of divorce, the fact that men um, keep going on and on about how the laws don't favor them in a divorce, and just the sheer number of women that are unmarried in their 30s. And so I'm
Hey
wondering
D,
if it's just
can I just point out something? You said so nonchalantly, I thought it was just beautiful that I wanted to point it out because of the smoothness of which it came out of your mouth, which is men just keep going on and on about how the laws don't favor them. I completely and utterly agree with you. Men just, these pesky men just keep going on and on and on about how the laws that completely ruin men's lives if they choose to be a good man and one day a woman wakes up, sees something on Instagram and goes, you know what? I'm done. I want to file for a no fault divorce. You're absolutely right. These pesky men, how dare they continue just going on and on and on about these laws that harm them. It's just so annoying, isn't it?
you see, I know you too well, Bridget. I've listened to you enough to know that as soon as you started saying what you were saying, I wasn't going to nod my head in agreement. I knew you were trying to be satirical.
Me too.
I didn't fall for that. But I your take on things. And the reason why I bring is an issue for men. That's why they're not getting married. Not made by women. That's what I try to point out to these men. The laws were made by you. So if you have a quarrel, take it up with, the whoever made those laws that seemingly don't favor you. And
You know
to
what I think would encourage a lot more men to get married is if women went to lawyers and drafted an agreement without the man knowing, and they basically drafted that if I choose to divorce this man at any stage in our relationship, in our marriage, I voluntarily give up any money that he could give me and then hand that to him before he asks you for marriage. That would convince a lot of men that, okay, cool, maybe I should get married. I think that would be great. Now, listen to what I said before everyone starts overreacting. I said, from the woman's perspective, if I choose to divorce him, if he chooses to divorce you, the laws are still going to protect you. But if you choose to divorce him, then you give up any and all rights to any payments unless he wants to give them to you. How about that? Why don't we women want to talk about how it's all good and these pesky men keep going on about this? How about you do something about it? Because
I
any
hold,
don't.
woman
hold,
goes
That's
to a
not.
hold
lawyer
on,
That's not
Bridget.
and
right.
Hold
draft an
on.
agreement
I
and
have
figure this
to.
out. Why don't women take the lead and figure that out?
I have to say something about this because I was in such a marriage with a very highly successful man. The laws didn't favor me. Not the laws, but the divorce. agreement didn't quite favor me. It was just the laws that came to my rescue. Okay. I was never going to sign such a thing because I was already kind of in a disadvantaged position in comparison to him. He was way more advanced in his career than I was, and I was a stay-home mom. So tell me why I would voluntarily sign that, even if
Because
I
because what's going on?
hold on, British. Even though I went into the marriage fully convinced I was going to be a wife, this was going to work out, it will never be said that it was my fault. So I was the ideal wife in my head, and there was nothing I
Who
could
filed
point.
for divorce?
I did.
Okay, you should have signed the agreement. Everything would have been cool.
No, I wouldn't have. You didn't hear what I said. He was already more advanced in his career than I was. I was a stay-home mom. Why would I sign such a?
Was he an honorable man?
Yeah, that's a good question. If he was, I guess I would still be married, right?
Well, no, that's not true because women make stupid decisions every single day. Was
Not
he
this
an honorable
person.
man?
No, he
Because
wasn't.
if he was an honorable man, right? Then if did you have children with him?
Yes.
Okay, if he wasn't, no honorable man I know would divorce a woman and let her struggle with his children, his legacy, his empire under her care. None. There is a girl that I dated whose father divorced her mother, and after he divorced her mother, and by the way, in the country I'm in, there's no legal liability for a man to do anything. After divorcing her, he gave her real estate to make sure that she would be fine to take care of his daughter because that's an honorable man.
Okay.
No honorable man would do that. Would do
You're
what you're
right.
saying.
You're absolutely right, because that didn't happen in my case. He actually took the kids because I was a stay-home mom. I didn't have a career. I didn't have savings. I didn't have any such thing. So if not for the law, God help me. Okay, so, but that's different because I didn't marry a man who is from this culture. Probably if I was American, born here, I would be more savvy to these things. So in a way, I was taken for a ride, if not for the laws that came to my rescue. Okay, but in the end, he still took the kids because, I mean, I didn't have anything to support myself with, right? So how was I going to let the kids be in it with me? So it was painful, but that's what happened. So
Do
my
you?
point is,
Sorry, go ahead.
for a woman like me in that situation, there was no way I was going to sign that, even in all my naivete and ignorance, because I would
Were
instinctively
you
know that.
married? Were you married in the United States?
Yes,
And did you get married in the United States, or did you get married outside and then come in the United States and recertify?
outside of the country.
And then you came to the United States and recertified the marriage, basically.
Yes. So
And the
Okay.
person you married, you said wasn't American. You said you've been dating American
no,
men. This person was American.
yeah, because of that, I I kind of stay clear of people from my culture because I'm not sure how they understand these laws. There's always a kind of mix of the old traditional and cultural views clashing with the modern American laws. So I try to stay clear of men from my culture because they tend to be really what's the word, mercenary when it comes to these things. They're really like they're real sharks. Okay, they're really protective of their property, their money, and unless they really really love you, and like you said, unless they're honorable men, that's the only time they will consider the scenario that British set up, where they're looking at you like the mother of their kids. They're not going to let the kids suffer. They're going to set you up. I mean, that's almost like unthinkable in my culture.
Well,
So
I think sorry, I don't want to mean. I think hopefully it should go without saying if you still live here in the United States, um, even that aspect. I mean that in honorable aspect is it's enforced, right? I mean whether or not you forfeit your right for spousal support or anything like that, no court is gonna potentially. I mean, I think you should reserve child support for somebody who doesn't, who for whatever reason is going to abandon their responsibility to the children. But even presuming that worst case scenario, if they're not doing that on their own, then you have recourse and you have the courts. And so I presume you were once a stay-at-home mom. I presume you work now, right? You work to
Yes,
sustain yourself.
yes.
So
I've turned it around, but there are women like me who weren't as lucky with setting up a career so late in life, I guess. And I've been very fortunate. So I guess what my initial point was, because I steered clear of men from my culture, I thought with my natural rapport I had with American men, it will work out better. But I'm running into um, the same problem, maybe not the same problem, or maybe not the same problem, but has the same flavor of um, well, maybe not too different, but
How old are the men that you're dating right now
they're
in
my age
America?
range, in their 40s, then my age range.
And are they as successful as you?
No, they are more successful than I.
They're more successful than you. Okay.
Yes, which
And
is a
what exact
criteria for me. You have to be more successful than I am.
cool. What exact criteria of man are you looking at?
Yeah, this is a great question because
When was the last time you went on a date with one of these men?
about a year ago, almost a year ago.
How many dates have you been on with these type of men that you after your divorce? How many
Um,
new men have you met that meet this criteria of more successful than you?
I've met quite a few that meet my criteria on paper.
How many have asked you out?
All of them have, but like I said earlier, I try to avoid over dating, so I don't always, jump to it.
Okay, so how many dates have you been on with new men?
One or two.
Okay, so anyway, Letisha, I'm gonna hand this to you and everyone else.
No. I want to say something. So here's what they found in the studies in U.S. that people who get divorced and remarry. So divorce rates, right? It's about 53%. And when you get a divorce, you go through a rough patch, you want out, and you get married a second time. And the divorce rate for second marriages is about 65%. And you get divorced second time and you get married a third time, and the divorce rate is about 77% for third marriages. And what they found was that people who work through that difficult time in their first marriage, in 5 years, generally, uh, they had their bond is much stronger, and as a result, they have a more intimate relationship because they worked through it. Those people who go on to the second and third marriage actually end up running into the same exact barrier they had in the first marriage, and then they have it in a second, in a third. So it's because it's really like the song goes, you can't hide from yourself. Everywhere you go, there you are. So it won't matter how many times you get married and how many relationships you have. You will always be there. And it's like what we were saying to the other woman, that whatever you're bringing, that's not getting you the kind of man you want. The answer to that is always in the mirror.
You are so right, Ted, because just yesterday I realized, and it was in something Megan said about, when the conversation turned to the guys and, how guys can be and all that. And of course, as a woman, I understand that. But have you ever wondered that perhaps it could be, it's not the guys you don't trust, is yourself? And this hit me like a ton of bricks just yesterday. I'm not being guarded because I don't trust men. It's probably because I don't trust myself. I am a dependable person. I like the decisions I make, but because I made this one decision that went sideways, I'm now very hesitant to make a similar decision, even though I say I want to get married again. So you're absolutely right. It's something that I've been, trying to think more on, and I've never actually looked at it from that perspective, but it makes perfect sense.
So why did you get
Unless
divorced? Why did you get divorced in the first place?
it was an abusive situation.
So you chose a man who was abusive. Listen, I don't know your situation, but I'm going to take a guess that he showed signs of that before you got married, and you married him anyway.
He showed one sign that I was too naive to act on. So I guess everything ties to that mindset. I keep trying to go back to the girl I was and what she was thinking and why she couldn't act on, the information I was being given.
Right. Was your father involved in your choice of your first spouse?
Yeah, he was. The situation in my culture, we typically arrange marriages.
In
So when
which
is an
country,
arrangement like that,
which country are you from?
Nigeria,
Okay, so that was not an arranged marriage, your first one.
it was sort of, it was um, introduced to me by a relative, and by the word of that relative, we accept, the proposal or the interest.
But
I didn't know him that well. He was essentially a stranger.
but didn't your family research his family background?
We did,
Okay.
but in a marriage, unless you actually live with someone. So I never dated him. I never dated anyone. So I
Okay.
was completely inexperienced.
Okay. All right. I got.
Yeah. So
The really tough question, and I know you're from Nigeria. Maybe it's different. I don't know, but here in the U.S., 70% of domestic violence is initiated by women. So I'm just asking, at any point in that relationship was when there was abuse, were you in his face? Did you initiate any violence at all?
no, I'm not going to go into details about that. It's still an intensely personal experience. It was something that it became really unattainable and unsustainable at one point, and I had to make a decision for myself and for the kids. So I will leave it at that. It was more or less one-sided. I'm not a violent person at all.
Can I ask what's the age range you're dating for, or
In my age range,
you're dating for? Okay, so you want men in their 40s.
yes.
So as much as and I'm Nigerian too, by the way, and so I kind of understand, have been married and divorced and all that stuff. So I understand I guess the challenges in trying to transition that cultural vibe. But considering, the age, the apprehensions that you have, I think one of the things that is interesting, not just because of the data that Mr. Santos, that Ted talked about with the rates of marriage failure getting worse. The thing is that there are really only so many men who are going to be built for that kind of thing, for that kind of life, or going to be marriage inclined anyway. And I think the thing that you just need to be mindful of as you're continuing to pursue or date, is just be mindful that whatever apprehensions you have, the men in your age range are probably going to have even more, regardless of whatever level you think he's at. And some of them will have good reason because they'll have been married and it potentially may have failed. And others may not necessarily have good reason, but they just were never particularly marriage inclined anyway. So the thing that ultimately, again, women are, especially in this country, they're getting college educated way more than men. It's the thing that I think they should at least be able to conceptualize in their head, that the math just isn't, it just isn't that, right? Like historically, if only 40% of men actually go on to reproduce, but 80% of women actually go on to reproduce, then historically, you're looking at, again, it's really the top 40%, and even in that case, on average, the top 40% of men who get to actually go on to reproduce have on average two women that they reproduce with on average, right? Um, but the scope of the sites that most women, as British likes to say, G7 women, right, in kind of industrialized Western countries, their sites are scoped very narrowly on a top 10, probably, what is it, probably 2%, but if you want to be generous, 10 to 20% type of person. And you just have to recognize that the math gets even more lopsided the higher up you go. So while it's cool to have, again, understand the romanticism of the notion that, hey, there's going to be this one for one. There's going to be this one guy for you. He's going to be all the things you want, and that's going to be it, right? Um, and just know, again, that apprehension is you are potentially going to be foreclosing more options with that apprehension than you might otherwise have potentially available to you. And then I don't know if you're dating for something serious or just for companionship or whatever, that too, but you got to manage that expectation as well.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And I think Letitia mentioned something along those lines, about the apprehension. For sure, it's perfectly normal. I accept that. I mean, who wouldn't? Um, After the kind of after experiencing something like that. So definitely that's true. And for long, I framed it like it was the men I didn't trust. But like I said earlier, I think it's more of a, perhaps, is my decision making I don't trust, especially when it comes to this. And overall, a very level-headed person. So it's just interesting. I ran into that just yesterday, and I had to ask myself a few questions because this particular guy had just simply said, um, he's just choosing to do this. He chooses to love. That's it. Even if he's a successful businessman, but he gets scammed a lot, right? But he still believes that, people can be kind. So I thought that was really striking, especially being the kind of profession he was. And I compared that to uh, my experience, which is, of course, if you have, made a mistake like this, it's not really going to be easy for you to just, open up back again. But having someone challenge me that way and be more experienced and still having that, um, I guess I'll use the word innocence about people. I really love that because that's who I was. That's who I still want to be. And I guess it's just something to think about.
Okay, so thank you for that, AD. I'm just gonna say some real quick, and then I'm going over to Angelina because Angelina has a couple of questions or she wants to contribute to the conversation. I'm just going to say that just hearing the women speak, it's, and please forgive me by being so harsh and direct, but this has been going on 4 hours, and I can't even I can't sugarcoat. Um, it's the delusion for me. It's the operating in a sense of surrealness. Um, when it comes to what you want in a man. And AD, I talked to you before. We've had this conversation. I've had this conversation with so many women, and wait, it probably isn't really delusion. It's just straight old-fashioned cognitive dissonance. And the reason why that is because women can hear what men say they want and just reject it. Women can say, I want this, and then when someone says, oh, okay, well, that this is what you need to do to achieve it, they'll reject it. I want you, all of the ladies who are single and who desire marriage, to understand that the problem is you. Marriage is there for those who want it, as British pointed out earlier. Marriage is there for those who want it. If you think you want marriage, or it's a possibility, or if it happens, it happens. Guess what type of men you're going to meet? You're going to meet men with that same mindset. If you happen to meet a man who wants to get married, you're going to drive him away with that mindset, because he's looking for marriage, and you're like, oh, if it happens, it happens. He's like, she's not going to be serious. I can't take this risk on her. She's a huge red flag. She's a risk. So the only men who are actually going to be attracted to you, who's going to want to consistently, well, not necessarily, maybe not be consistently, but they're going to want to seem as if they're interested in dating you. So they're going to do just enough to get what they want. Those men are going to have that same exact mindset. So I am asking the women to start having the conversation with yourself and stop looking at the men and saying they're the problem, and start seeing yourself as the problem. Because once you can acknowledge that you're the reason why you are still single, then you can start to find a solution. You can't find a solution in, well, that guy was bad, that didn't work out, so now I'll try this. No, that's not the solution. That's just putting a band-aid on a problem. The solution comes in you trying to understanding that you are the problem and working on that. And with that being said, I will hand it over to Angelina. Angelina, are you there?
Yes, Letisha, I'm here.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you. I think I'm at that place where I recognize that if you don't have the success you want, then obviously you can only be the cause of that. And so I've agreed with pretty much everything that, or for most part, most of the things that have been said on the panel tonight. I think that my biggest concern when dating is just the vetting process in and of itself, and trying to like really figure out who these men are genuinely, so that I can have a better connection with them and really see if we're compatible. Earlier, you guys were talking about the security aspect of dating, or the proposal, or just kind of like closing, right? Getting to the point of getting to being married, and how a lot of men are not really interested in putting their whole lives on the line, and understandably so, for someone who's going to end up changing their mind because of their emotions and leaving them high and dry. So I think my first question is really more so about figuring out how to figure out within myself whether or not I'm a good match for somebody based off of their level of need for security. I do think the idea of coming to somebody and saying like, hey, I have no problem with walking away with nothing if we were to end this, is a great idea. But I just think that like in the dating process, it's like, how do I figure out whether or not this is somebody who's honorable in that way?
I'd say the first thing is for you to be honorable. See, honorable people always know when they meet other honorable people. People who have exceptionally high IQs always know when they meet someone with an exceptionally high IQ. A professional athlete knows when he's on a court or on a field with another pro.
Ted, I generally agree with that. I think the issue, though, with marriage and divorce is I think you have essentially moral hazard. I think all things being equal, when you let people just be people, honorable tends to attract honorable. But I think the way, and this is the problem, right? This is why it says a lot of a woman if she comes to the table and says, that if heaven, whatever, if she's the one who decides she doesn't want to be here anymore, or whatever, that she will do so. She'll pay for her own attorney, not accept anything, all that other stuff. That's why it says a lot. Under those conditions, there's too much moral hazard, and not to mention, like, you got attorneys and all these other things in their ear. There's a lot of things that will, unfortunately, it's the same concept as too big to fail, right? And so where you live in a capitalist system, and it's people who perform are the ones who succeed. Once you get kind of rewarded for bad behavior, that tends to continue, and I think that's the issue with why a lot of men are kind of abandoning marriage. And until that gets resolved, unless it gets resolved by itself within laws, or women volunteering to act differently, I think men are just going to continue to be like, she seemed honorable, but I'm not going to chance it.
Well, you also have to take into account, when you talk about men walking away from marriage, you're talking about the average mainstream. When you look at the affluent class, marriage rates have not dropped at all. And in fact, the divorce rates have always been low in the affluent class. Most people think it's because of money. It's not. It's because they do a much better job of knowing who's compatible with them. And compatible is not about having things in common, like we like the same music and we both like to travel, and all these fun things that people call exciting that change over time. Do we have the same family values? It's why arranged marriages can work, and they have such typically a low divorce rate. But do we have the same value towards managing money? Do we have the same value? Are we compatible when it comes to managing conflict? Do we have compatibility when it comes to integrity? Like, do we really both understand that in a mutual way? Do we have compatibility in our mental and physical health? Do we have sexual compatibility? Do we have compatibility about how we raise and educate and discipline our children? Like, these are some of the things that are so important, and they hold together. Marriage is a legal binding contract, and I know lots of people will say, I heard, it's not a contract anymore. But if you have a marriage as a legal binding contract sanctioned by the government, and then you put an addendum to that called a prenuptial agreement, you can lay out the terms of that. But really what you're looking for is someone who's compatible. One way to find if you're compatible is to actually talk through that prenuptial agreement to see if we're compatible. Now, you're right. Marriage rates are lower than they've ever been in the history of the United States. They started recording it in 1865. They've never been this low. When you look at the Black community, black men were black men were more likely to marry than any other race in the U.S., and that didn't stop until the mid 60s. So people have to start asking what happened. But it's compatibility, and yes, it's not as simple as saying you be honorable, but compatibility requires that you know yourself well enough to know who's compatible with you, and you're not having pipe dreams and looking for someone outside your league and then wondering why it's not working.
So I wanted to say, answer her question from a different perspective, because I know that women are trying to figure out, how do we know if he's an honorable man? Um, he'll show you in his behavior, but for the most part, women don't listen and they don't pay attention to the red flags. A man who lacks integrity is not an honorable man, right? And it starts from, a lot of times, I get it, the love bombing happens. But once that honeymoon phase ends and he shows you who he is, why are you sticking around if you know he's a man who lacks integrity, he's not honorable? There are some men who are very good at putting up a front, but how far he gets to take it depends on you. And the way that you can mitigate that is mitigate him taking it too far is by setting boundaries. You know how you want to be treated. You set boundaries around that. You know who you are. You set boundaries around that. And if you have to tell him no to when it comes to, or enforcing your boundaries, and he can't accept that, guess what's going to happen? he's going to show his true colors. He's going to show himself. He's going to show his behind, as my mother would say. But then women, for some reason, can't walk away when that happens. So then you get stuck in this cycle of trying to um, trying to get back to where it was during the euphoric phase of the relationship. So if you want to know if a man is not honorable, he lacks integrity, set some boundaries. Have boundaries for yourself, have standards for yourself, and you will see that. No man who is not willing to make you his wife should be able to put children in you. If you're a virgin, no man who is not willing to marry you should have access to your virginity, should not have access to sex. No man who is not willing to commit to you shouldn't have access to sex. But women, for some reason, continue to give men who don't want to commit to them all this access to them and then expect that that access is going to lead to a result that's favorable to you, which is a relationship, and it's not going to happen. So you want to know if he's not integrity, if he's not an honorable man, he lacks integrity. One of those ways is he's going to become inconsistent because he can't get what he wants. There's going to be a lack of care and regard and consideration for you. And as one woman has said, when a man is truly into you, meaning he's honorable, he has integrity, you will know that he wants a relationship with you. A man who lacks honor, lacks integrity, he will leave you confused. So if you're confused by his intentions, you're confused by him, his actions, then you know you're dealing with a man who is lacking of integrity, which means he is not honorable. Because an honorable man is going to be who he is through and through. There's not going to be this switch up. There's not going to be this changing. He's going to be honorable unless he's faking it. But then that means he's not honorable. So then you have your answer. So then you have to ask yourself, why are you still there? Why are you still dealing with such a man? Why would you even deal with such a man? And I know women are going to be like, oh, but it takes so long for someone to reveal themselves. It really does not. Who they really are will come out as long as you know who you really are and you stand firm on who you are and you establish strong boundaries.
Yeah, so one of the things I tell my clients is, as if you as a CEO, if you lack integrity in any part of your life, it's going to show up in your company. You are going to lower the bar and let things slide. You'll be okay. As long as you have high integrity as a CEO, you're going to say meetings start at this time and 1 minute after is late, like the door is locked. If you don't have the honorability, if you don't have the integrity, you won't even recognize it. You'll be guessing at it. If you have it, you'll know it by virtue of being it, and you'll know when it's not there. And I'm not saying it to oversimplify, but when I say integrity, it's your word is your bond. Your word is whole and complete, right? So you honor your word as yourself. You say you're going to do it, you do it. You say you're not going to do it, you're not going to do it. And you do things when you said you would. That's having your word be whole and complete. That's the consistency. And if you're not presenting that from the beginning, you have to question, why would a man who is honorable or has integrity, why would he invest a lot of time in you?
Can I ask Angelina a question? 'Cause we're we're spending a lot of time about a man being honorable and you being honorable and kind and all those things. Um, could you elaborate, Angelina, on what? Well, I don't know. Actually, I'm going to defer to you, Alicia, because you may not want the show to go in this direction. But um, I think you have to get clear on what in your mind that means, because that's one of those words like ambition that I think a lot of women use, but it's kind of amorphous. And there's certainly a standard of integrity, but does the fact that this person have a standard of integrity mean that uh, he's going to move in the ways that? Because sometimes I think women use this word as, is he honorable, to say
Will he
Sometimes
acquiesce or go along?
you're right. And so I guess maybe some clarity for you, and you may not necessarily be here in front of all of us, but I think that's something you're going to have to get some clarity on. And I do think, again, I know Letisha hates the statistics, although I don't know why, because everybody keeps telling us you women are so educated. You guys should be able to handle
Nope,
statistics.
we
But
hate it. Me
I'm,
too.
I'm not going to go there. But I'm just saying, I think for the most part, if the math is the math across kind of cultures and societies for such a long period of time, then you guys are going to have to kind of resist some of the storytelling that is prevailing and just perhaps understand the reality of something that if a man is potentially good enough um, in terms of providing value to society, potentially good enough as a father, potentially, et cetera, all those things. And that may not look exactly like your storybook notions of what said man is. And that's the thing that I think needs to be reconciled for most women, right? That's the thing, Letitia, where I feel like those, it is delusion because there's so much separation between the reality of the gender dynamics and what the prevailing storybook notion is telling women, especially again in kind of Western culture.
I agree. So I have a question. Angelina, I'm sorry if this has already been asked. How old are you?
I'm 34.
Do you want to get married?
Yes, I do.
At what age did you decide you wanted to get married?
I was married. I partnered at the age of 21. We got married when I was 24, and we separated when I was 28.
Okay.
Was that your choice or his choice?
That was my choice. The details of the relationship and the marriage were, you guys know the routine. I was aware of who he was. I thought that somehow or another I would be able to have more control and sway his personality or change him in some sort of way. And I know a lot of times when people say that, they say it in a way of like this, way to garner sympathy. But I recognize that that was really a need for control, and it wasn't coming from a healthy place at all.
Do you think that was honorable?
That was not honorable, not at all.
So now you understand what I was saying.
Yes, I do. Um, and so, in ignoring a lot of the characteristics that I saw in him, I allowed, and also having a lack of boundaries, not feeling as if I was worthy of having certain standards or that I could. I allowed a lot of bad behavior, and our relationship ended um, because it just needed to end. So
Okay, so you were a dishonorable woman who married a dishonorable man.
yes.
Okay.
Hmm.
How do you know you have moved beyond that mindset of being a dishonorable person?
Uh, well, I took accountability and realized that that's exactly what that was. I didn't sugarcoat it, and for quite some time I did, right? I told myself the story that I was the victim in that situation, and um I had no idea. I was blindsided. um but the reality of it is that I was coming from a place of control. I think recognizing my dark traits is part of it. But I also think that the way in which I choose to live my life currently um, is beneficial, and it shows growth. And so I think that I still have some things to work out, but I'm much better than I was before.
Have you done any formal therapy around it?
Yes, I have. Um, After the separation, again, just kind of buried my head in the sand. And then a couple years after, I went into therapy. I was in therapy for 3 years. Um, the last time I was in therapy was, well, I just recently started going back to therapy, but just kind of making sure that I've crossed all my T's, dotted all my I's, that I'm not, operating underneath some delusion. Um, so in total, yeah, I've been consistent with my therapy.
Letitia, this is something I've just noticed just from the folks who have spoken since they've been on stage. I think it's fascinating how often um, women, well, we know women primarily are the ones who leave marriages, but it's interesting that then they want back in. And almost invariably across the board, well, I don't say invariably, but I know just at least anecdotally from Clubhouse and et cetera, a lot of times when you ask men who've been through it, do they want to go back? And again, the answer is usually no for reasons, the data that Ted already talked about, so I won't go into. I think it's interesting because to me, it begs the question of if things were so bad to begin with to prompt these women to leave these circumstances, it's like why would they want to go back? And to me, it suggests anyway. Well, it suggests two things. The first being that either they weren't really that bad, and so like why the leaving, right? Um, which could be true, or it could be like maybe there needs to be some self reflection and better understanding, whatever. I think the second part that could also be true though, that I think um, women don't necessarily factor in, especially when you see that data as far as marital success rate goes down with subsequent marriages, is that they generally don't really see the full brunt of the destruction that marriage causes. And it's not necessarily to say, because women's often rebuttal that, oh, well, we're not getting rich off of divorcing, right? I'm sure the last person was AD would probably say something similar. It's not a matter of necessarily really whether or not you get rich or whatever, but um, I think that understanding is something that has to be regular. And I'm just curious. I only raise all that to ask Letitia because I'm curious what percentage of women that either come to your rooms or recordings or whatever have already been married and want another bite at the apple. Because just at least from the time I've been here, it seems like a pretty high
Phil, it's
percentage.
about 95%.
That's amazing to me. That's like
It's actually probably higher than that. I think it's probably about 99.99% of the women who've been married before want to remarry. I think I've maybe only heard one woman, but she was in her 50s and she said, "Been there, done that, not doing it again."
so. I mean, am I the only person who thinks that should be saying something that people should be examining? Like,
Phil, what are you talking about? You're leaning heavily into the common sense argument, which we
I know. That's always my problem.
absolutely fly 30,000 feet in the air.
Yeah, it's always my problem.
Angelina, can I ask you a question?
Absolutely.
All right, we're gonna do some role playing, okay?
Okay.
Is that all right?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, cool. We're gonna take the emotion out of it, and we're gonna do some role playing. We're gonna imagine, right,
Mm-hmm.
that your dreams have come entirely true, and I am vetting you for marriage with me. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now, here's what I'm gonna say. We're gonna take the emotion out of it. So I am 34 years old. I became a millionaire when I was 23, 22, 23 years old. I have had my own business since I was 16. I've traveled to 34 different countries. I know how the world works. I know how to navigate in 3 different continents. My assets are structured in ways to allow us to stay safe no matter where we are in the world. I want children. I don't have children. I want to be able to have a wife that I can take with me, be proud of, and protect and be proud of protecting, right? All of that makes sense up to now?
Yes, it is.
Cool. Why should I give you the opportunity to be my wife and be the mother to my children?
You should only give me that opportunity if I'm an honorable woman. If I
I'm
am,
not talking about ifs, ands, and buts. This is a role play.
You should give me that opportunity because I am an honorable woman. And because hmm,
Now you see this silence right here? This is the problem. See, Phil? See what I'm trying to tell you, Phil, for how many years? They don't even know why. Like, women cannot even bring themselves to be humble enough to list out why they even deserve the ring. Think about that. This is Letisha's problem. They don't understand why.
They believe they are
um,
entitled to marriage. They don't even understand.
Exactly.
They don't understand marriage. And too many women, it's really not about marriage. It's about the wedding.
well, I don't think I'm entitled to marriage. That's why I started off by saying if I am an honorable woman.
Yeah, yeah.
And
But you just went silent. What does that mean? You don't
I
understand.
mean,
We were doing a role play.
But he was vetting you. He said, I'm vetting you for marriage. This is not, he's saying, this is the conversation to vet you. This is the man I am. Tell me why I should choose you as a wife.
because I'm generous and I'm kind and I'm loving and I'm loyal. Um, I put others before myself. I'm a caretaker. Um, I'm a genuinely good person, I believe, and I don't see any reason why you wouldn't.
Can I just say, to me, I I just find that a little bit difficult to answer because if shouldn't you be the person to decide that? Like, I mean, Angelina or anybody could say whatever they want to say, but if you don't agree, then it doesn't matter, right? So only you could really decide if this person is worth being your wife. Like, in my understanding.
Megan, are you serious? For real? Like, I can only. Okay.
No, what
All
I'm
right.
saying is British is
Let me
like you're
breathe
saying.
for a second. Let me breathe. Hold on a second, Megan. Let me breathe. Okay.
Is that what you
Because
would say? Is that what you would say on a job interview?
yeah, exactly. Like, what are we talking about here? Like,
No,
I
no.
can only start vetting you once you tell me what to vet you for. Angelina, after 15 minutes, said, I'm generous. So now, how do I vet her for generosity? Do I take her somewhere and see if she gives all of her money away? Like, what do I do? Nothing that you're saying makes any sense. Oh, I should judge her. Okay. So I've asked her, I'm vetting you for marriage. Tell me why I should give. I've laid out my CV. If you didn't realize, I did that first. I laid out my CV as a courtesy, right? Now I've asked her, what are your why? Why should I give you the ring? And she came out with, because I'm an honorable woman. And then went silent for 15 minutes and came back with, because I'm generous. So only then, once she actually tells me, can I even begin to vet her to see whether any of that is real or not. Now, the part where I think that there may be some latitude is this is not a real conversation. I would be able to figure this stuff out without any words being exchanged. That's normal. But if a woman doesn't even know, can't even utter the words in her own like self in a role play conversation, how is a man ever gonna feel that?
No, you're right. And I think that that's where I'm at currently. I didn't date for a really long time after my separation, and um, obviously because I had a lot of things to work out, and that's another one of them, right? Is actually figuring out the ways in which I am beneficial to somebody else, and the ways that I can actually be an asset and just be a great partner to somebody else, and how to communicate that. You're absolutely right. That is a very important part is in dating. And yeah, I
So,
agree.
so I want to make the pill bigger, but I'm doing this with the intent to be valuable to all the women listening and also be valuable to the men listening. So I think part of the problem in in relationships is women don't really understand capital or money. women are huge consumers. They are the number one consumers. They spend more on consumerism than men, and Black women specifically are the number one consumers in the US, and they're not even the largest population. Too bad. So, if you understand capital, capital is for the purpose of investing, and you invest with the intent to get a return. So, when a man invests his capital, he wants to put it in an asset, and those assets bring money to the table. He does not want to put his money in a liability, which takes money off the table. So assets bring money, real tangible money, not the feel good of wanting money or possibly. Assets bring money to the table. Liabilities take money off the table. I'm going to assert that most women are liabilities. They take men's money off the table and they expect that that's what men should do with their capital, invest it in her and never get a return on it. So the question for any woman listening and is in a position to answer, and Angelina, this would be for you when British is vetting you, would you be an asset or a liability to him? And how would you be an asset?
Ted, you talking all that common sense again. Letitia's gonna say they turn off when we talk common sense.
I understand, but see, the kind of man they want, what they don't understand is this is what he's thinking. He may not say it. That's why I said I want to be valuable to the women. You have to understand men are think you're trying to get some guy who makes 500,000 a year, 1 million a year. This means this man is savvy. He makes great decisions. He may have made some decisions that lost the money. So what? He makes good decisions. He's savvy about how he manages his money and he doesn't just blow it.
Yeah.
So he's looking for a woman who's going to be an asset. So you want this kind of man.
Mm-hmm.
How would you be an asset and not a liability to this man?
I would be an asset because I would take the skills that I already have and give them to him, right? Whatever skill I have. I went to culinary school. I was a chef for 12 years. I can be a great caretaker. I can cook. I can clean. But also, I'm willing, right? I'm agreeable. I'm more so willing to put what I think may be right to the side. I'm more so willing to put what I think are needs to the side to acquiesce to what he believes is the right thing. So if there's a way in which I can help him, even if it means learning more about my finances, even if it means learning how to start a business or creating a business, whatever way in which he asks of me to go, then I'm willing to go. And I think that the fact that I'm willing is a great asset. I'm not necessarily interested in quarreling or debating. I'm more so interested in understanding him and helping.
So you're talking possibilities. So he puts $1,000 of his capital into you as a possibility. As I said, assets bring money to the table. That means he puts $1,000, invests $1,000 into you, and he wants $1,000 plus. And he doesn't want it to take 20 years. So you would have to be, that means real money's coming back on the table. I don't from what you said, I don't understand how that would happen.
You're right. I don't understand finances. I don't understand a lot of that. And that's one of the areas I'm lacking in.
So help British understand why he would choose you then.
Could I chime in? I don't know if this will help. I think it will distill the idea that you're trying to drive home, Ted. But I think I hope it will translate readily to an action for women that most women in these conversations don't seem to be oriented towards, right? Because even if you don't necessarily understand the ins and outs of capitalism and finance and all those other things, I think fundamentally at its core, what we're talking about is, do you create more value than you extract? And so, like, I'm hearing her go about, the way she can kind of acquiesce and do all those things and whatever. And like, that's cool, but it's still along in vein of what Megan said in terms of like it's what it's how this person will be valuable to you specifically. There has to be okay. If we're talking about a job interview, there has to be a baseline level of value that you are going to bring to the organization, right? And then there are specific idiosyncrasies that will show that you're either a really solid fit or whatever. And women everywhere, you're all independent, whatever, you got your jobs, you're doing it. You can all point to the concrete specifics of the value you bring to an organization. Why it's so hard to do it in terms of relationship beyond me, but it is for some reason. This is a disconnect, or you guys repeatedly like fall flat. Okay, so simply, do you create more value than you extract? And I think that answer has to be yes. Removing kids from the table. Just the potential simple accident of you getting knocked up does not mean you've automatically provided a man value, material amount of value, right?
Children are a liability, by the way. So,
well, yeah, but a lot of women have the mindset that I bore your kids, and so therefore, like whatever, like I don't even have time to have sex with you anymore, like because they think in terms of well, that's a value, and my womb was whatever, and I can do what men can't do, and so therefore, value, but that's not value. It's not value at all, really.
Yeah,
But a
Phil.
lot of women have the mindset that it is.
Yeah, Phil. I mean, you guys may not agree, but I honestly believe that's kind of the point. It's like ultimately that man would be the arbiter of whether or not that woman would provide more value than she extracts. Because, like you said, if there was like a baseline, like the job interview example that you're giving, let's say all women meet a certain standard or requirement, and then you bring those women in and you say, what can you do for me? They can pitch themselves however, like you do in an interview, but ultimately the employer is the arbiter of if this is actually true or not.
Yes,
So,
but I need to know what to vet you on. What
well,
is?
it's based on what your needs are.
Oh my Jesus Christ, Lord of Heaven,
well,
Phil!
no, he's
I'm
looking
about
for
to
a
be
wife.
religious, Phil.
He's looking for a wife who brings value that will enrich his life. And I think this is the problem. Most women are not taught that. They believe that women believe they're doing a man a favor being in a relationship. And God, if she has sex with him, she really believes she's doing him a favor. And unfortunately, this is a huge problem in the US. It's not necessarily a global problem. So women believe they are having children is a liability. From birth to 18 is what, about $300,000? That's a liability coming out. There's nothing coming back. Women need to. This is why my first words were: women do not understand capital. They get jobs and do not understand capital. They are consumers. There are, as British was saying, there is a small percentage of women who are raised to understand how to bring value to those top 2% of men, and most women are not raised to understand that.
Well, Ted, could you answer me this if you wouldn't mind? What would a woman say that would show that she brings more value than she extracts? Like, could you just tell us what that would be?
I,
Oh my God!
I can give you,
Proverbs 31.
I can
Thank
give
you. Go read the Bible.
Can he just tell
hold on,
me? I would like to hear him say it.
I can give you real life examples from women, but what we are. See, I think women, you all don't appreciate the inquiry as much as you could. By us asking you these questions, it's forcing you to think and see the world and yourselves differently. And
It is appreciated. Thank you.
that is part of the problem in relationships. It's difficult to be with a woman who just wants you to give her the answer all the time. You need a woman who has the intellectual capacity, who can actually be. You're talking about these men who are really ambitious, accomplished. They don't want someone who's just like standing there waiting to take instructions all the time. You need to be able to think. If he's out in the world and traveling, you're running the household. So you've got to be able to think for yourself. So you're looking for us to just give you the answer. And I'm going to tell you that is one of the biggest problems that men can do for women. Just tell you the answers. Then you go out into the dating world And now I know the right answer, and I can just tell the man, I know how to do this. This is what you really don't. You haven't transformed as a human being. So we're asking these questions. Yes, they can seem disruptive to your notion of reality and dating, but that's actually what needs to happen. Because a lot of you, maybe 99.9% of you, have been lied to about men, about dating, about your role in a relationship. And the lies need to be disruptive, unlearned, and you need to learn what actually works and will get you the results you want. So
Absolutely.
I'm asking you, how would you all create value in such a way you are an asset? Assets bring money to the table.
Right. I think that that means that I need to be able to do that for myself, right?
Angelina, hold on 1 second.
Yes, Freddie.
Firstly, you you're a woman, right?
Yes.
Like the original kind, not the new modern kind that's out there.
Yes, Freddie.
So, so,
Absolutely.
so if you're a woman, then firstly your answers should be coming from a feminine space, which you went straight into your masculine because that's the setup that I created. Now, I'm gonna give you a Machiavellian level of game here, and it's your choice whether you're gonna hear it or not. But I've basically predicted that it's gonna go straight over your head, and I'm telling you this in advance, and I still think it's gonna go straight over your head. And Phil's gonna hear this, and Ted's gonna hear this, and I think they're gonna agree. However, at any moment, the correct first answer, the correct starting answer to the question I asked you, should have been a soft tone. And if we were in person, looking deep into my eyes with the energy of, there is nothing else on this earth that I want to do besides be your wife and have your children. Not any other man, not a man like that, not a man with these qualities. Be your man, you be your wife and have your children. That's what I was born to do. And then the rest of it. Now, if you want to practice that, just try saying it. Just relax into your feminine energy and just try imagining you are standing in front of a man. This role play we're doing right now, you're standing in front of me and you just have to say, because I want to be your wife and have your children and no one else's. Just say that first part.
I want to be your wife and have your children and be with you and only you. I don't want any other man.
Now, how did that feel to you?
Freeing.
Okay, then. That's the first step. Look at Phil nodding along, right? Ted smiling as well. Every man wants his ego stroked like this.
You just created a bunch of chameleons. Thanks for making my
Good.
job
I
better.
don't care because we can sniff them out. Good. Go learn how to manipulate. It's even better because we're better at it than you. It's fine, right? But that's the first thing. We'll know whether it's genuine or not. We'll be able to tell within a second whether it's genuine or not. Go do it. And here's the other thing. If you don't catch a real one, at least you catch a fake one and put a ring on it. It's all good.
That's hilarious. I would also say, ladies, that you have to be open and vulnerable because you say that there's a conversation that's going to happen on that. So just thinking that, oh, that's it. I'll just say that and that's that. No, there's
Oh,
going to be
absolutely.
a subsequent conversation happening. So
That's
you
why I
can,
said that's the first thing, Letisha. Like,
right,
say that to start with.
you say that because I do. I do. I had walked away to do something. And that's what I thought. I was like, shoot, I want to be your wife. I want to have your babies, like as many babies as you want. I want to take care of you, take care of the home. And then I started to role play this conversation that was coming up in my head that would I know that would possibly happen. But I also know that they won't. They'll get stuck. The moment you ask them a question about what they just said, trying to vet that out, they're going to get stuck. Why? Because it always comes back to they don't really know why that is. We have been taught to just regurgitate. Ted is right. We want the easy answer. I myself struggle with this. My man had to point it out to me. Why do you want the answer handed to you? You want the answer handed to you. And I'm like, yes, I do. I don't want to think that deep into it. I don't want to think that far. And he's like, no, I'm not giving you the answer. Because I give you the answer, it adds no value to you, and then it adds no value to me, and so it adds no value to the relationship. So then it's like, okay, now I understand that if he gives me the answer, I'm just going to regurgitate, do everything that I've been told to do, just basically regurgitate and say all the right things. But I'm not going to do the right things because I didn't actually internalize what he said. I didn't do the work for myself to figure out what the answer actually means, what the answer actually is. Our society, we are taught to be lazy essentially. Lazy in so many different aspects. We think we're just lazy in how in productivity, labor. No, we're lazy in our thinking. For women, we really don't like to think beyond what's going on in that moment. We want you guys to figure everything out. We want you guys to solve all of our problems. You're better at it. But I do think there is some value in understanding and trying to help yourself in figuring out why do you want to be a wife? Why should a man choose you? What makes you a suitable candidate for marriage? So trust me, if you think, oh, that's the answer, and you're just going to run with that, like, no, that's not going to be the end. So you need
Right.
to have a conversation with yourself to figure out why your answer is what it is. And if you're genuine, any subsequent conversations that happen after that, it'll just be an effortless conversation. It will flow. It won't feel like an interview. You won't feel like, oh, he's trying to manipulate me. He's trying to control me. Oh, I don't like it. Because I've had that with clients and potential matches where in the conversations that my clients were trying to have with these women, especially trying to figure out if they were genuine, the women would get frustrated and start to drop the ball because, and then they don't want to engage in a conversation. Then they come back to me and say, oh, Letisha, I don't want to be with that guy because, oh my gosh, something's wrong with him. I'm like, well, what do you mean something's wrong? Oh, he just asked all these questions. I'm like, well, you guys have an hour to spend together. When is he supposed to ask all these questions? Is it that he's asking all these questions, or is it that you don't know the answers and you got caught up in the lie that you were trying to sell him? So you could possibly get past me, but you're not going to be able to get past them. I'm step one, they're step two. So just because you get past me doesn't mean you've won the game. No, you win the game when you are actually being genuine and authentic. And when you are, then you will be able to have the conversations. It won't be as if, oh, I can't do this. Why are you asking all these questions? Because trust me, ladies, I know I got frustrated myself. Like, geez, he asked a lot of questions, but I understood that he needed to get. I understood what he was trying to do. He was trying to vet to see if I am who I am actually portraying myself as. And if you're not genuine, they will be able to notice. Go ahead,
Right.
Phil.
I want to throw a quick something of a bone to the ladies, and it's basically I'm going to acknowledge that there's something of a trick bag that women are in, but it's not the type of trick bag that you can't find your way out of, right? And so the thing about it is, I you inspired this, Letisha, when you said, okay, well, thanks, because now we've created a bunch of chameleons, right? And we invoke Proverbs 31, but there's another principle, which is the idea that there are people who will honor me with their lips, but their hearts are far from me. And I think the thing that was on display when Megan kind of gave the rebuttal she gave is it's more of a heart posture right? And so even if you were to say the things that British said, right, or to say them to some other guy who wasn't privy to this conversation and maybe thinks it's sincere and genuine, and you may actually mean it in that way. Um, the thing about it is devotion, right? Those things, to say those things is one thing. To mean it, right? It's devotion that I think is the intangible that I think most women don't really have in the way that I think um, men require. And I'm certainly oversimplifying it, but I think the thing is that there's something reflected that's a heart posture in the idea that, oh, well, it's just going to depend on, this unique person. No, if you, so devotion comes, I think, entails a certain level of attentiveness, a certain level of duty, a certain level of, observation and assessing, right? There are certain actions that kind of come with devotion. And yeah, they may not look the same in every circumstance. There's still going to be a good amount of overlap. So this is the part that I think women with the right commitment of mental faculties can work their way out of it. But ultimately, it's your heart that's going to set you straight, right? And so if you don't truly have that in your heart, then it doesn't matter if you say all the right words. It's never going to come through. You're never going to display it. And the problem, right? Again, they say halfway to the solution once you identify with the problem. I think the problem a lot of women have right now, again, especially G7 women, is that devotion is seen as like an ugly word. Devotion is seen as like the point, or Megan was talking about earlier, that they think men are just designed to exploit and throw away and whatever. And as long as you have that as like the underpinning of your worldview, you'll never be able to actually muster true devotion to a man. And you will therefore always have subpar results in terms of romantic relationships.
I agree, Phil. And just one moment, British. Angeline, if you don't mind me asking, how tall are you?
5'7".
And how much do you weigh again? I think you answered earlier.
No, I didn't. I'm 174.
Okay. Lose weight.
Yes, ma'am. I'm working on it right now.
5'7", get down to about 130.
Okay.
If you can get smaller than that, that's fine. Megan, how tall are you again?
I'm 5'3".
And how much do you weigh?
Like I float between 118 and 123.
Okay. What if I told you lose about 8 more pounds?
Yeah, I want to get down to like 110.
Okay, and stay there?
Oh yeah,
Okay, how often are the two of you in the gym?
I run like 4 to 5 times a week.
I do kettlebell workouts in my home 3 times a week.
Okay. Any either of you in therapy?
Yes, I am.
Megan,
I used to be.
why aren't you in therapy anymore?
I just didn't have the time.
Okay. The reason why I asked that is because while we talk about devotion, we talk about I want to be your wife, the writing is on the wall as to men can say all they want what they want because it's not hard. They're giving you the blueprint. They're telling, I mean, you no longer have to figure it out. They're telling you exactly what you want. Fit, feminine, friendly. You can start there. I don't care if it's talk if everybody thinks it's just rhetoric now. You can start there. Then you work on your mindset, you work on your behavior, you work on your personality. That starts with acceptance. Megan, you still can't accept the fact that you're a brat. Because if he tells you you're a brat, what are you going to tell him? Well, no, I don't think so. No one's called me that. Oh, wait, a guy on YouTube told me that, but I don't believe it. I don't agree with him because it wasn't a romantic thing, but no one's told me I'm a brat. But if he's telling you he's a brat, you're a brat, and you need to deal with that, you need to get a hold of that, you're likely to give him pushback. So are women really, really have it built in that they are going to do what is necessary to get to the point of being a man's wife? Because he's going to say some things to you that you may be uncomfortable with. He's going to have some uncomfortable conversations. How open and vulnerable can you get to that? And I know you're going to say, well, it's these conversations on Clubhouse I'm not really interested in. But you don't know who's watching you. You don't know who's paying attention to what you're saying or what you're not saying. Your husband could be in the midst of one of these conversations and you don't know. Or even when you're offline and somewhere and you're engaging, and not even thinking that, hey, a man could be paying attention to me. You're not engaged, you're not operating as someone that he would want to be with. So he's now bypassing you. So I'm saying all of this, and I've asked these questions because I want the men to understand that women get it. We already know. We don't want to do it. We really don't. And we're hoping that we can get a man who's going to come along and not make us do the work. That's it. That's all it's about. We know how we have to be devoted, we have to be caring, we have to be kind, pleasant, nurturing, loving, taking care of your needs. We know how to add value because we know what we want as far as value. Now, we may not understand how that relates to being in a relationship, how that relates to being with being a wife per se, but we do know what you all want and how you want us to be. But for the most part, most women are just hoping that they could just do enough so that when a man comes along, he's going to take her just as is. And that's it. She doesn't have to do any further. And there are men who actually do that. But what they fail to do is fail to realize is he does want you to go further. He does want you to grow. He does want you to expand. And how you know that is because he has not married you. Because if you do get in a relationship and he sees that you either are a woman of growth and learning or you have the capacity to, that's when he's going to decide he wants to make you his wife. You are the wife for him. If he's not choosing you in that regard, you know. I think for the most part, women know that they're not going to get chosen, they're not going to get picked. And at this point, with all of these conversations happening, women know exactly why they aren't. They just want to operate in that fantasy world of maybe it could happen. It happened for such and such. It happened for so and so, so it could happen for me. No, it's not. Again, listening to things, seeing things without added context. Majority of women are not Sierra. Majority of women aren't going to get a Russell Wilson. So for most women, you cannot operate in a frame of mind to say, well, because such and such did it, such as it happened for such and such, it can happen for me. No, that's the exception. You should never operate from the exception because all you're going to do is prove the rule time and time again. So get out of the delusion. I don't even think it's delusion at this point. I don't know if women are lying to themselves or if they're just hoping, they're lying to men and just hoping that men don't catch the lie. Because all these conversations, we've all seen the Kevin Samuels videos. We all seen the men reacting from the brokest of men to the richest of men, and they're all applauding these conversations where men are saying, we don't want overweight, obese women. We don't want women who bring children from another man, especially if he's low caliber. We don't want disagreeable, contentious women. We don't want this. And they talk about, this is what I want. We want feminine women. We want women who submit. We want women who cooperate. And yet you couldn't even say, I'm submissive, I'm feminine, I'm cooperative. That shows me that you're not even listening to what men say they want. And you're still hoping that you can basically just give them just enough so that a man can marry you and not have you do any more work. And I'll end there.
So I want to answer Megan's question. I want to, my answer is going to answer two questions for women. It is going to tell you what kind of man you are realistically qualified for. And it's going to tell you how to be an asset. And when I think of high value man, I'm actually thinking of social class. So if you want to be part of an upper social class, the way women who the small percentage of women who have been raised to marry those top tier men, one of the things they do is they network for that man. They open doors. So one advantage they have is they usually come from a two-parent household. So they can tap into both their mother and father's network to open doors for their husband. And when they open doors, it could be he gets a job that no one else had a chance because he had the right connections. So he moves up in the world, or client or a vendor with preferential pricing. Um, there are so many doors that a woman can open and walk a man right in to that situation. So so now you're bringing tangible assets, money to the table, and you're elevating the life of both of you. How you know what kind of man you are truly qualified for is look at your network. The kind of network you have, if you want a guy who's a billionaire, can you open doors for a billionaire? Probably not. If your network is just people who are cashiers at Wendy's, then that's the kind of man you're qualified for. So you need to be realistic about the doors that you can open. Now, if you haven't invested that kind of time in your life to build a really strong, solid network that you can open doors for the man of your dreams, uh, you're cheating yourself, and you've probably been entitled and felt like you deserved and were owed something. What I find interesting is that a woman will share her body before she shares a network. If she has a really valuable network, she will share her body with a man before she shares her network, because she cannot share her network with the wrong guy, because he could burn bridges and she can't afford that. So uh, if you want a man who's really in an upper class, you need to start developing a network at that level. And I've seen women as soccer moms take their son to soccer practice, network with the other women, and ask, "Hi, how are you? What do you do? What does your husband do? Um, what does your husband do?" She just goes down the line and she meets the woman, and the husband is a CEO of blah blah blah. And the soccer mom I know, her husband had a consulting firm, and she got her husband several clients by networking with other soccer moms or networking at the gym. Anywhere. That's another reason to be in a gym and be in a good gym. So that's a way to be an asset. That's a huge and a very valuable way. But the thing is, you now are invested in that man. You're opening doors to your network, which now means all those other things that you were saying, Angelina, become important. You're willing to learn. You're willing to work with them. You cooperate. You collaborate. Uh, all those other things. But those other things only support you being an asset. Does that answer your question, Megan?
Yeah, it does.
Good. What are your thoughts now that you have the answer? Because this is something you cannot fake.
I think that's a really good metric to go by.
Okay.
AKA, it sounds like a lot of work, Ted.
Ooh, yeah. Some women are like, "Oh my God, I have to go to work for you." Yes, you work for your husband.
Absolutely.
Like, you go work for some guy in some company at another one and will do whatever needs to be done and be on time when they say and travel. But to work for your husband, it's like, no, I shouldn't have to. That's bratty. That's entitlement. And I'm not saying that that's the way you think, Megan. Just so you know, I don't know that about you.
Can I expand on something you said there, Ted? Because I think um, what I appreciate about what you said with regards to network underscores something that I think is mostly missing in dating today, which is that it's a matter of having skin in the game, right? And I'm not, it's not lost upon me that I'm sure some women have felt like they've either given devotion I think there the sad part about marriage is that a lot of the men who are marriage minded have been through a situation that didn't work out, and so they therefore no longer want marriage. And a lot of the women who are inclined have the heart posture for devotion, oftentimes give devotion to the wrong men, and then are therefore kind of guarded and jaded after. And then of course a lot of stories come with that. But here's the thing, right? And hopefully this reconnects things, right? Because when you're dating people who otherwise don't really have a social connection to, and who you don't have the mindset to, who can I connect from my network, mom's side, dad's side, or whomever, to expand this person? That is an introduction of skin in the game, not just in terms of what you can provide to them, but what that person can get from you, right? And if you don't think this is a person that you can necessarily trust as introducing to the networks of you and your friends and family, that's an indicator that this may not be a man who's worthy of that kind of devotion, right? But because we date in these very disconnected ways, right? It's just on an app. You don't know this person from anybody. If he ghosts you, there's not going to be any social repercussions or whatever. So there's a lot of even the amount of devotion that women are able to muster, which I don't think is I think it's really, again, it's not really worth writing home about. But even to the amount that women consider themselves having invested in a guy, a lot of it they're not necessarily availing themselves of some of the things that would be indicators of whether or not this person is worthy of that investment, right? So the bottom line being that how do we reconnect dating to where people do have more skin in the game, and to where people are more selective straight out of the gate about whether or not this person is worth investing, whether it's that network, whether it's that time, whether it's your body, whether it's whatever. Because it doesn't seem like, online dating is going anywhere. I mean, we're all outside, but we're not really. Community is so fragmented that I'm not sure, and I think that's by design, right? I think a lot of modern culture is, all of the bastions of community don't really exist in the same way. We don't really attend churches the same way anymore, right? Like, we live in these kind of atomized environments. So some of that is just complete lifestyle design. But anyway,
You said something important, right? So I have a client, and I've met women who fit this. So my client, his grandfather started a company, and he had a son and daughter. The son came into the company, yeah, and the daughter married a guy who, without question, was qualified to come into the company. And so the son-in-law ended up buying out the son and running the company and taking it to its next level. So that means the woman married a man who was qualified to take over her daddy's company. Now, not every woman is going to meet a man. Not every woman has a father who runs a significant company. However, if you looked at men that way, could this man not be your daddy, stand in your father's shoes, but if your father had that kind of responsibility, could he step in and run the company and take it to its next level? And if the answer is no, then you have to ask yourself, why are you with this guy? All right, if you're just playing, and I know women were told, don't fall for the first guy, try your options, but that strategy in the long run has you play yourself. And you'll be upset with men, but look, you ladies may not like it, but if you've been with a bunch of guys, your value drops significantly. And you might think you can hide it, but it's not very difficult for a savvy guy, as British has been telling you. You can try and deceive all you want. We sniff it out, and we know if you've been around. And it's not because you've run into a bunch of guys. There are just so many ways to know if a woman has been with too many guys.
Can we real quick just tease this out for the ladies that, look, in order to get a better sense of whether or not this man you're potentially investing in is worthy of that time or whatever, it entails you being willing, again, potentially to add value to him in a very meaningful way, right? And so unless and until you do that, you're not going to see the cues as to whether or not this person is even worthy of investing in. So if you're like, oh, I'm just gonna play by ear and see what makes sense to you, whatever. If you don't already have the mindset of how am I gonna bring value to this person, I'm just gonna receive everything he tells me. Like you're already setting yourself up for failure in a way.
And you're also saying you have no value because you haven't presented anything. So and I think that's the part women don't understand. Well, you need to pursue me. Well, why would I pursue you? Like so far, you've added no value in any way to me at all.
You know, I want Megan and Angelina to do this exercise. I got my cousin to do this exercise. Precisely 8 months later, she met a man that fit her criteria, and 18 months since doing the exercise, she's now engaged. It's a very, very simple exercise, but it requires a lot of bravery. I want you to find a mirror, which all of you have. We know that, right? So you got step one completed. Congratulations. Step number two, I want you to look deep into your own eyes in that mirror. Put some confidence into your frame. Breathe in. And as you look deep into your eyes, I want you to say to yourself, I want to be a wife. I want to serve my man. And just feel how you feel when you say that. Because just sometimes, just saying those words, I want to serve my man, will free up the energy that's been tight inside of you for however many years. But you have to find step number one. All of you have accomplished step number one, so that's good. Now, do you have what it takes to do the other step? Look yourself deep in the eyes and say, I want to be a wife. I want to serve my man. And then let me know what happens.
Thank you. That's mirror work. When I was doing my therapy, my therapist put me onto Louise Hay. And that was one of the steps that I wanted to overlook. But you're right, because when you had me say it, emotionally, I felt free, but I also felt vulnerable and almost teary. And
Yeah.
so, what you all are saying, what Letisha was saying about doing the work, that is the part that needs to be done in order to have what I want.
Well,
And
step one of doing any work is knowing the goal.
right, and being honest about it.
Yeah. And at least, like, I had to stand in front of a mirror and admit to myself that I wanted to be rich and realize I wasn't rich, but I wanted it. That was a fundamental, important part of actually taking the life steps to get in there. So see if you can do that. Like, I don't want to put any fancy psychological, whatever spiritual terms on it. It's very simple. Stand in front of a mirror, look yourself deep in the eyes, and repeat, I want to be a wife. I want to serve my man. But if you cannot even do that level of work, all of this is irrelevant. Phil, they ain't gonna do it. Ted, come on. All these being stupid. They can't even admit to themselves that they
No,
want to be a
guys,
wife. They're not gonna do that. Come
no,
on, what are we kidding? Who are we
no,
kidding, guys?
I'm
No, here's the thing though, British, right? It kind of goes back to the thing we were saying before, right? If you want to be that kind of level of musician or athlete or whatever, it has to be something you see in your identity from very early on. It's not something you just kind of bolt on. You know what I mean? Like it has to be organic. It has to be in you. You know what I mean? It's got to be in you, not on you. And if you arrive at a certain time and you decide you're just going to put it on you, see how far that takes you. But if it's not organic, if it's not, I think there's an actual term for it in like, was it gardening or botany when you like graft something onto it? It's like, I mean, that can work. That can take you some distance, but it's not going to necessarily really be the thing that holds up under the kind of that high level performance of relationships. So, um, Yeah, and so it's a good exercise to do. And maybe I think the hope was ultimately, and maybe this was what was the case for your cousin, is that for those women who it was in them, but they kind of lost it, right? Because they kind of uh, found appealing some of the prevailing storybook notions. Maybe it's a way for them to refine it or to get back in touch with it. But if you never had it, I don't necessarily think that it will, even if you actually do it, it will necessarily take you there. And so ultimately, that's the reckoning that I think most women are ultimately going to have to deal with. And so, listen, I wish Megan and Angelina and any other women in the group, I wish them the best. And, I suspect they'll get the results that they work for. But don't underestimate that heart posture part too, because you can say the things, but if your heart's not there, it'll translate. And I think men are rightfully so, notwithstanding all the things you hear them complaining about, but rightfully so. They are looking for a higher standard of actual devotion than I think women are being taught to have, and to display and to even think about. So if they're not even thinking about it and can't convey it in conversation, then they certainly won't manifest in their actions. It certainly won't manifest in their devotion. Um, so
No, I agree with that. I think that um, that's a part of, like Ted started off the conversation by saying that you have to be aware of who you are. And a part of the work is going through your thoughts and your emotions and really trying to understand yourself. Um, and in doing so, then you can be honest about who you are and really claim what it is that you want. So I don't mean to sound, actually, no, I'm not going to do that, because that is a part of me being feminine, right? It is about me being in touch with my emotions and about me honoring them. Um, and so that level of devotion. Oh, go ahead, Phil.
Well, no, I wanted to add though that British is telling you, like, say these things to yourself, right? See how it feels in your tongue, kind of coming out of your mouth. But also be mindful for when the world is telling you something different, right? When
Yeah.
the world is trying to tell you, oh, whatever, he's just gonna he will find you and all this other stuff.
No, I don't
Like
believe in
the
being
idea
passive
that
in
you're gonna,
that.
yeah, because you guys are getting blasted with those notions
All
too.
the
And
time.
so while it's important that you are able to even say those things for them to even come out of your mouth, understand the power of all of the messages that are being conveyed to you. Like the moment you sign off from this discussion, like you'll be in a room in Clubhouse or you'll be in social media, and the whole world is telling you you have it all, you should have it all, you deserve it all because you're a woman, whether you've done any work for it or whatever, like just whatever. Like, and that's part of why what Ted talked about. Women are consumers, right? We go on all on about the wage gap. Women only make 80% of what men make, but the Retail Federation tells us that women are responsible for 70% of the person. So they have way less money, but they're responsible for way more of the spending, right? That's data. I know Letisha hates it. Sorry. But like, listen, like, just understand that. And there's a reason why the world is telling you these things, because they know it'll make you buy something. And so you got to understand when that stuff is coming at you as you're taking that practice that British has taught you. And you got to have to understand that you got to unravel that or learn when to tune that out, because that's going to set you even further and further adrift. There are all kinds of forces that are acting on you that you don't even realize that are translating into your relationship successes um, that are kind of making it a lot harder for you to kind of get to where you want to be.
Come on, Phil. You don't know that their chosen man is stupider than the television they watch?
Well, I should know, but I'm a stupid man myself, so I find myself here often.
I think that's what it is for me. It's finding the courage to stand firm and being vulnerable. It's because the world is telling me that.
Angelina, how far are you
Oh,
right now from a mirror?
I'm I'm in my bedroom, so there's a mirror right there in front of me.
Okay, so in this time, how many times could you have stood up by yourself and said what I said in front of that mirror?
How many times could I have said it?
Yeah, how many times could you have repeated it, considering I said just say it once?
At least 50 times.
Okay, cool.
Alrighty, well, let's see. We've been going at this for almost 5.5 hours, so I think this would be a great time to end the show here. Want to thank you all for joining me, whether you were just watching, and for those who came up on stage to participate. I truly appreciate it. For those who couldn't get in, I am so sorry. Um, Only 6 people can join the panel at a time, and this was such a good conversation, and everybody was engaging now, so didn't feel right dropping people. But I got you next time, so tune in next Sunday, 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for Ask the Matchmaker, your dating and relationship questions answered. And you never know what discussion that we will engage in. So thank you, Megan, Angelina, Phil, British, and Ted for helping me to make this show a success, because I'm pretty sure there is a lot of information that the viewers will be able to gain from this. And I hope the ladies have also gained some value from this conversation. So, like I said, ladies, if you want to get married, it really is not that difficult. You just have to actually want it. And when you want it, and you understand why you want it, then you will move accordingly. When you can't do that, that just goes to show that you possibly don't. So you have to ask yourself, do you really want it? Why do you want it? And how badly do you want it? So until next time, if you are until next time, make sure you like, subscribe, like this, like the video, right? Share it, subscribe to the channel, and leave a comment. I do comment back. I enjoy reading the comments, and I do comment back. So with that being said, you all have a good night.